Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is John Carlin, and I am the host of the Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research's podcast called the Sarc Fighter Podcast, the FSR Sarc Fighter Podcast, if you maybe are used to hearing it that way. I'm also, I think more importantly, I'm a patient living with sarcoidosis. I want to welcome you to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on sarcoidosis today. And I have the pleasure of being here in the studio with FSR CEO Mary McGowan. We are live right now coming from our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. We're just down the road from Food and Drug Administration headquarters. And it is now my pleasure to turn things over to Mary. She will be providing some opening remarks for us and get us started here today. Mary?
Thank you so much, John. We appreciate you being here today. And thank you, everyone, for joining us for this important discussion of the FDA that will help provide a comprehensive understanding of how sarcoidosis impacts patients and their loved ones on a daily basis. It will also shed light on the need for new and better therapies that focus on symptoms and concerns that are of greatest importance to those directly impacted by the disease. We would like to begin by thanking the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for your commitment to ensuring that all drug development remains patient-centered and for this opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you also to the industry sponsors of this event for your commitment and partnership in advancing better therapies and improved quality of life for all impacted by sarcoidosis. And to our partner organizations for joining us in our efforts to raise awareness of sarcoidosis to improve the lives of all it touches. Despite the fact that there are over 10,000 rare diseases, this session is one of less than 100 of these types of externally led sessions, where the FDA takes a deep dive to learn more about the patient's experience with this disease. We are honored for this unique opportunity to share more about sarcoidosis through this forum. Today's speakers represent sarcoidosis patients and care partners nationally to help shed a light on the lived experience and challenges in their journey living with sarcoidosis. Please note these stories may be difficult to hear, and they may trigger strong emotions. If you are newly diagnosed or if you begin to feel emotional during this event, please take care of your own emotional needs. If you need to step off the call, please know that this will be immediately available on demand, so you can always come back to revisit the discussion in the future. Sarcoidosis is a rare and complicated inflammatory disease marked by the formation of granulomas that can impact any organ in the body. No two patients experience the disease in the same way, making drug development in this space a particular challenge. As CEO of FSR, I am reminded daily through patient and caregiver stories similar to what we will hear today of the urgency for new therapies, the need for more flexibility in clinical trial design, and the acceleration of drug development processes to provide relief to the approximately 175,000 individuals nationally living with sarcoidosis. The Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research, or FSR as we are commonly known, is the leading international organization dedicated to finding a cure for sarcoidosis and improving care for patients through research, education, and support. Since its establishment in 2000, FSR has fostered over $7 million in sarcoidosis-specific research efforts. When discussed in medical schools, if discussed at all, sarcoidosis is often portrayed as an anomaly in a person's immune response that is likely to resolve itself or to resolve quickly after a round of steroids. Though this may be true for some individuals, we are here today to discuss those who are living with the more complex and complicated forms of the disease that alters the lives of those who are affected. It has been over 150 years since sarcoidosis was first discovered. Since then, only 3 therapies have received FDA approval to treat this disease. As you will hear, these therapies, though sometimes helpful in reducing symptom burden and slowing the progression of the disease, come with significant side effects, leave far too many symptoms unaddressed, and do not provide nearly enough options when traditional therapies fail. Drug development in sarcoidosis is complicated, but we cannot shy away from that complexity if we want to make a real and lasting impact. Sarcoidosis affects underrepresented and under-resourced communities at a much higher rate and with much worse outcomes. Data models must be adapted to allow for drug development that is responsive to this community. We can't afford to wait even one more day for better treatments and therapies in sarcoidosis. As you listen today, please consider how we can create more adaptive and inclusive models for drug development that respond to the most severely impacted patients. We encourage you to join us as we urgently work together to find a way to create safe and effective therapies. Throughout this meeting, we welcome those of you impacted by sarcoidosis to use the meeting as an opportunity to share your story. Raise your voice about your experience living with sarcoidosis and about what you hope new therapies will do in addressing your symptoms and improving your quality of life. Please call or write in during this program and participate in our remote polling questions. Now is the time for you to make sure your voice is heard. If we don't get to your comments during today's meeting, we'll make sure they are captured in the Voice of the Patient report, summarizing today's event, which will be available to the FDA, industry partners, researchers, and others. This is a public meeting, so when participating, please use your first name and the city and state, or county in which you reside. Please refrain from sharing other identifying information. One final note, we will be discussing treatments that patients have been currently using to treat their sarcoidosis. This information should not be interpreted as medical advice, and we strongly recommend whenever selecting an appropriate therapy, work with your healthcare provider to find the treatment most appropriate for you. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Banu Karimi Shah. Dr. Karimi Shah is the Deputy Director in the Division of Pulmonary, Allergy, and Critical Care within the Center of Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. She provides oversight of regulatory activities related to the development of drugs and biologics for pulmonary and critical care indications, which includes pulmonary sarcoidosis. Dr. Karimi Shah is board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, and critical care medicine. She joined the FDA in 2000 as a medical reviewer in the same division in which she now serves as the deputy. She has a special interest in interstitial and fibrotic lung disease. She enjoys the scientific rigor and collaboration across disciplines that are required in the regulatory review process to ensure that we are doing our best for patients. Dr. Karimi Shah, thank you for being with us today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Mary. It is really a pleasure for me to be here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Banu Karimi Shah, and as Mary just introduced, I am the Deputy Division Director in the Division of Pulmonology, Allergy, and Critical Care here at the FDA. I've been involved in several patient-focused drug development meetings in the past, both externally led and FDA organized, and I'm honored and excited to start the meeting off today and to hear the patient perspective and to learn from all of you. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one part of the process. These meetings give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact the disease has on patients' daily lives, and patients' experiences with currently available treatments. With that, I will begin my opening remarks. Sarcoidosis, as you know, is a rare disease which is very heterogeneous in its presentation, disease activity, and long-term outcomes. Rare disease drug development is a top priority for the agency. Through FDA's rare disease programs, we aim to facilitate support and accelerate the development of drug and biologic products for the benefit of patients with rare diseases. Sarcoidosis remains an area of high unmet medical need, as there are no FDA-approved therapies. Steroids and other immunomodulators are used off-label, and while these treatments do have some benefits, they also have limitations and side effects. Several clinical trials are ongoing, but we don't have an established pathway for approval. With all these challenges to face, the patient perspective becomes even more important. This concept leads to the importance of patient-focused drug development, which brings us here today. Establishing the therapeutic context is an important aspect of benefit risk assessment, and patients are uniquely positioned to inform our understanding of this context. PFDD is a systematic approach to help ensure that patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities are captured and meaningfully incorporated into drug development and evaluation. Some additional PFDD-related efforts are also listed on this slide. Now, keeping the definition of PFDD in mind, I would like to talk about FDA's Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. FDA recognized the need for a more systematic way of gathering patient perspective on their conditions and treatment options. So under the fifth iteration of PDUFA, or PDUFA 5, the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, FDA conducted 24 specific PFDD meetings, giving patients and caregivers a platform to contribute input that can inform drug development and evaluation. Some of the earlier meetings are listed on this slide. I myself have participated in multiple meetings, including those for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, as well as cystic fibrosis and other lung diseases. We have learned quite a few things to date from these PFDD meetings. Patients are experts on what it's like to live with their condition. They are able to articulate specific disease impacts, symptoms, loss of function, and others in concrete terms. Patients can identify and articulate what is important to them regarding treatment benefit. For progressive degenerative diseases, many patients, caregivers, or parents feel an ideal treatment would at minimum stop progression of their own or their loved one's loss of function. Their chief complaints may not be factored explicitly into drug development plans. For example, as endpoints and measures of drug benefit in clinical trials. Patients want to be as active as possible in the work to develop and evaluate new treatments. And they aren't expecting FDA to address all the gaps in current treatment or current approaches, but they do want FDA to help identify the most effective pathway for them to play a major contributing role. There was also growing external interest in expanding efforts to gather patient input in support of drug development and evaluation. So in 2015, we started welcoming patient organizations to identify and organize their own patient-focused collaborations. These externally led PFDD meetings provide an opportunity to hear directly from patients, caregivers, and advocates about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact the disease has on the patient's daily lives, and patients' experiences with currently available treatments. While FDA is open to participating in a well-designed and well-conducted meeting, an externally led PFDD meeting and any resulting products, including surveys or reports, are not considered to be FDA-sponsored or FDA-endorsed. We have had externally led PFDD meetings in the pulmonary space in the past, as I mentioned, and we are now very excited to be here with the Foundation of Sarcoidosis Research. Meetings such as externally led PFDD meetings strengthen understanding of disease and treatment burden that we call the therapeutic or clinical context. The patient input from these meetings can support FDA staff as they conduct benefit risk assessment for products under review or advise drug sponsors on their development programs. We also believe that patient input collected from these meetings can have value to drug development more broadly. For example, by helping to identify areas of unmet need, such as aspects of patient's condition that is not currently being addressed by current therapies. This input may also help developers as they identify or create tools to measure the benefit of potential therapies. The deliverable, a summary report from the externally led PFDD meeting, can be shared on FDA's website. And you'll see the link here to this public website. You'll see that PFDD meetings are one component of the agency's larger effort to enhance the incorporation of patient input in medical product development and evaluation. We are also working on a patient-focused methodological guidance series and a pilot grant program for standard core clinical outcome assessments that measures what matters most to patients, as well as increasing patient focus in other existing FDA endeavors. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. But we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweigh its risks. And to do this, we need high-quality data. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development for sarcoidosis and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies. Here is a link for our FDA CDER patient-focused drug development webpage, which provides more detail on all of the efforts I have spoken about today. Your input and perspectives really help us and will also help industry and academia to move the drug development process forward to ensure that new medications meet the needs of people living with sarcoidosis. We are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each one of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. So with that, I'll send it back to the studio and I look forward to a productive meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Karimi Shah, for that wonderful presentation and comments. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Lisa Meyer. Dr. Meyer is a fellowship-trained pulmonologist and researcher who specializes in occupational chronic beryllium disease, sarcoidosis, and other lung diseases. She currently serves as the director of the Division of Environmental and Occupational Health Science Core Clinic Lab and is the chief of the Division of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences in the Department of Medicine at National Jewish Health. Dr. Meyer is an esteemed member of the FSR Scientific Advisory Board and is a founding member of the FSR Global Sarcoidosis Clinic Alliance. Dr. Meyer, thank you for sharing your expertise with us today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you for that gracious introduction, and I'm honored to be here today as a sarcoidosis provider and researcher to talk about how sarcoidosis impacts our patients' daily lives. Here are my disclosures. As many individuals in this room know, sarcoidosis is a product of genetics and environment. We know that there are likely many types of sarcoidosis, if you will, or manifestations, and that likely they are dictated by many exposures. How exactly those exposures cause the disease is unclear, but it's likely that there is an initiation, or as I've shown you on the right side of my screen, some kind of antigen that is presented by macrophages or white cells to T cells. There are likely some ways that the body tries to downregulate that response that may be abnormal in sarcoidosis, but that eventually cells proliferate, they form granulomas, and in some individuals, eventually fibrosis. Now, as I mentioned, this immune response can result in some individuals in granulomatous inflammation, and in some people, that eventually may resolve. And so their disease may develop and then may go away. Others, however, have severe persistent disease. This results in real variable manifestations, as I've demonstrated with the CT scans at the bottom of the left-hand side. Some individuals have fairly normal CT scans all the way to fibrosis. In addition, almost any organ in the body may be affected. The lungs are the most predominant, as well as the skin, maybe because those are the primary routes of exposure, although a number of organs and combination of organs can be involved in sarcoidosis. As I just mentioned, sarcoidosis is a systemic disease, and the natural history is quite variable. It wasn't until almost the 2000s, for example, that we recognized that people with sarcoidosis could develop a type of disease called small fiber neuropathy. This does not result from granulomas, but instead from inflammation, and can cause problems with pain and what we call autonomic insufficiency, with similarities to what people are experiencing in post-COVID syndrome currently. We also now know that fatigue is a very common manifestation, although we don't know exactly how many people experience it. However, from an FSR survey that was undertaken in 2022, we know that fatigue can be very debilitating in the majority of patients, and that it can manifest as sleepiness, as feeling like you can't think correctly. And so again, we're still understanding the natural history of this disease and the course. Part of the problem is that it's nonlinear. And I've shown in this swimmer's plot in the lower left-hand quarter, many individuals can have asymptomatic disease in light blue for many years, even at the time of diagnosis. Some can develop symptoms in purple, fibrosis in the open red circles, and eventually death. But this also is very variable, and it makes understanding this disease somewhat more complicated. We know sarcoidosis is a systemic disease of disparities. It affects people of races and gender very differently. We do think the burden of disease is increasing. Studies suggest that we're seeing increased incidence and prevalence, and that may be changing also with a higher rates coming in Blacks and white women. We know that hospitalizations have increased, as I've shown you on the graph on the right-hand side. The cost for treatments and evaluation 1 year before diagnosis is also increasing, and hospitalization costs overall are higher in people with sarcoidosis than those that don't. The other piece that's important to remember is social determinants of health also are associated with this disease. People who have low income tend to have more shortness of breath, more hospitalizations, and a greater need for oxygen, as was outlined in the study by Logan Harper with a number of individuals across the country looking at the FSR database. In addition, there is decreased health-related quality of life associated with income and with lower lung function. And so the point is that patients don't experience this disease all the same, and those who are already at risk of health disparities seem to have worse experiences. As I mentioned, we're seeing increased rates or prevalence of sarcoidosis, but we're also seeing increases in morbidity and mortality. In this publication now that's over 10 years old, shown on the right-hand side of your screen, the data demonstrated that we were seeing increased rates of death, more so in individuals who are of African American ancestry and in women. And the point is that these rates, when looked at in more recent studies, continue to rise. We also know that there have been increased disability-adjusted life years that have been found with this disease, demonstrating that it impacts people's ability to live on a daily basis. Pulmonary fibrosis is usually the primary cause of death, but we'll talk in a minute about how there are other causes also. The other thing that I always want to remind people of is this is not a disease of the aged. It impacts most people in the prime of their life, and the mean age of death is around 55. So again, we're talking about a loss to society, to families, and our communities because of this disease. I mentioned the mortality being much higher in Black women. And part of the problem is that the response to therapy is variable, so we've not been able to actually help reverse this trend of death. We don't have definitive prognosticators to be able to tell who's going to die, who's going to do well or poorly, and that makes designing treatments and studies a problem. So let's take a closer look at this race and gender gap in morbidity and mortality of disease. First of all, if you look on your far left-hand side, we can see still that Black individuals have a much higher rate across all parts of our country than white individuals, with Black women having the highest rate of death. We do see some differences across our parts of the country that it's important to recognize. Whether that's access to health care or other causes is not really clear. We know that the death rates are primarily, as we just talked about, due to respiratory problems, again with Blacks having the highest rate, yet we can see that there are a number of other causes of death and that they tend to be higher, except for COPD, in individuals with sarcoidosis in Blacks than in whites. Cardiac manifestations also vary based on gender and race. Heart failure is much more common in women and Black, and death from cardiac sarcoidosis is much more common in men. Again, issues that we need to consider when we are talking about a patient's lived experience with this disease. The other issue is, well, we've talked about morbidity and mortality, is the organ involvement and the phenotypes or manifestations also seem to vary based on sex or gender and race. And here you'll see a very old study at this point on your left-hand side from Access, an NIH-funded study where they looked at the largest number of incident cases and saw very different numbers of rates of organ involvement between white individuals and Black individuals with sarcoidosis, as well as men and women, and some differences by age. This is also important because we tend to see men developing sarcoidosis at an earlier age and women developing it at a later age. We also know that multi-organ involvement in this study was pretty common, and we saw that at least half of the people had more than one organ involved, and there were some individuals who had up to 8 or more organs involved. Why does that matter? Well, in general, when you have more organs involved, there's more of a chance that you're going to have one of them that's going to cause impairment or problem with your ability to function. The other interesting part is if we look at studies that have tried to understand if organs cluster together in sarcoidosis, we know that there are differences by race. And this study was actually done on your left-hand side to look at the genetics in sarcoidosis. And what you'll notice is African-American clustering, just if we look at the colors and the size of these different organ involvements, are very different from the white or European Americans that were studied in this particular publication. There's been a large publication that was conducted in Europe where it was an entirely European population and may have some relevance to the U.S., but that wasn't clear. And Dr. Harper, again, looked at a large population, and what he found was there were some similarities by specific organ type including those who had liver and spleen involvement, isolated pulmonary, or muscle and skeletal and skin involvement between the Black and white patients he studied. That was similar to what was found in that large European population, but there were differences that were very notable in organs that are impairing and can cause significant devastation to our patients, including cardiac, neurologic, and ocular. One of the issues that I think we continue to hear from patients that's a problem is a delay in diagnosis of sarcoidosis. It still remains one of the great masqueraders in this access study that we just talked about with the organ involvement. Up to half of the patients required 3 physician visits before they were diagnosed with sarcoidosis, and a fifth of them required 6 or more. And the problem was that this caused between 6 months to up to 2 years of delay, as well as at a time when patients were having symptoms. Interestingly enough, those who had respiratory symptoms had a longer delay in diagnosis than skin, maybe because it's harder to get at the lung and the skin can be easily biopsied. The FSR noted that 32% of the patients that they surveyed had more than a 4-year delay in diagnosis, and 12% had up to 8 years or longer before they were diagnosed with the symptoms that they had. And the problem is this diagnostic delay has consequences for our patients. We know that people who take longer to be diagnosed tend to have worse lung function, worse chest x-ray findings. It also results in lack of trust with their providers. So because they haven't been able to get that diagnosis as quickly, they don't trust the healthcare system. They tend to use more healthcare dollars and have more physicians' visits. Now, when the FSR took on another survey of patients, they found out that the patients' top priorities were to get earlier diagnosis, earlier access to expert care, not to be using steroids as treatment, and to be able to participate in trials. And I think a lot of this is because we know as providers from talking to our patient that they struggle with their symptoms. I often hear my patients come to me and say, I've seen other providers and they really haven't listened to my problems and my concerns. And I think that's because, and there's data that supports this, that a lot of the symptoms that they're having aren't traditional. Many of our sarcoidosis providers, or primary care providers, if you will, are pulmonologists and rheumatologists. And a lot of patients are really struggling with fatigue, neurologic symptoms and pain from small fiber neuropathy, brain fog, sleep difficulties. And these are often not priorities for providers. And as a result, providers tend to focus on symptoms like cough, shortness of breath, shortened and ability to function. Caregivers struggle also because they see that their loved ones are not able to function normally. They take up, many of them, to advocacy for the patients, but we know from one study that was done that couples with one individual with sarcoidosis have a lower quality of life over couples who don't have one person with a lower quality of life. And not surprisingly, the patient has worse quality of life than their partner. Just as patients struggle with this disease, providers also struggle with the assessment of the disease status. Many providers are focused on organ function or individual organ impairment, and patients really are concerned about well-being. And this is based on studies from questionnaires and other tests. We know lung function is frequently used by providers to evaluate the pulmonary status of sarcoidosis. Now, this is even complicated as pulmonary disease has variable manifestations, something many of us have known for years, but was really well outlined in a recent paper showing that not only are there a number of ways that people's lung function can come up, it can be normal, there can be restriction, reduction in lung volumes, obstruction, problems with getting air out, like in asthma or COPD, both, or problems with oxygen gas exchange. Yet we also found that there were differences based on whether people were Black or white with patients with sarcoidosis, that Black individuals had more restriction and more likely to have this gas exchange abnormality, and that men and women also had different manifestations. This only further heightens the point that no single test can be used uniformly to evaluate disease, and certainly we don't have any blood test to diagnose or prognosticate how people will do with sarcoidosis. There are a number of potential tests. I've listed a few of the blood tests here, as well as potentially radiographic tests that are being evaluated as we speak. Now, just to close this out, I want to just reiterate that our patients and our providers struggle with sarcoidosis disease status. And part of that is because it is a systemic disease, and you really need to understand all of the organs involved. The natural history has not been easy to define, and we don't have prognosticators because the disease progression is often not linear. And oftentimes, we as providers and patients are following multiple symptoms and or tests to try to understand what's happening in an individual. We know that this all results in challenges and that we have an opportunity to work together to address this disease. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk and look forward to hearing from our patients about this in more detail in the upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer, for providing this critical scientific background to help frame the day's discussion. I would now like to formally introduce our meeting moderator, John. John Carlin is an anchor for WSLS 10 News in Roanoke, Virginia. A veteran newscaster, John has been at the station for more than 30 years. During that time, he has received many awards and honors, including Lifetime Achievement Awards from the Virginia Association of Broadcasters and the Associated Press of the Virginias. He also is co-chair of the Patient Advisory Committee for FSR and serves as the host for the FSR Sarc Fighter podcast, which shines a light on the rare disease that we're talking about today, sarcoidosis. John, we are so honored to have you here with us today as our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. It's really, really very great to be here. I feel like I know a lot of these folks from having talked to some of them on the podcast. I consider the podcast to sort of be the voice of sarcoidosis, if you will, and it's just a great opportunity to have an opportunity to share our story with the FDA today. So, and I'm really looking forward to hearing directly from my fellow sarcoidosis patients and caregivers as well. So now that we've heard from the FDA, we've heard from Dr. Meyer, I'm excited to dive into hearing directly from the community, right? As a reminder for those watching, the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting, that's a mouthful, but it's a forum for systematically gathering patient and caregiver perspectives, basically about our day-to-day experiences in living with sarcoidosis. And what this will do is it'll provide a deeper understanding of the concerns and the limitations about the current treatments, don't we all know that, and to capture the hopes and the specific desires for the development of better treatments in the future, something we all want. So as you heard from Dr. Karimi Shah, your input today is critical. It makes all the difference in the world. Your stories, your experiences, desires will be used to help inform the FDA's understanding of sarcoidosis and to inform their drug development and also review, right? So today's program is interactive. I want to let you know a little bit more about what you can expect from this meeting because we'll be interacting with you in a number of different ways. First of all, let me say we'll be split into two sessions today. In the first session, we will be focusing on how sarcoidosis impacts you or your loved ones on a daily basis. So by that I mean we'll be talking about symptoms, health effects, and how the disease has changed your life. And then in the second session this afternoon, we'll be focusing more on your experiences with treatments, the side effects from the treatments, think prednisone maybe, disease management, clinical trials, and we'll want to hear from you about your treatment, your goals, your preferences for the development of future treatments and therapies. What would those look like if they could come to be? So during both of these sessions, there will be a number of ways that we'll be hearing from you, the sarcoidosis community. For each of our topics, we'll begin with a few stories. These will be from people living with and supporting those living with sarcoidosis. However, each person's experience with sarcoidosis is unique, as you know, and so right after those testimonies, we'll be broadening out the discussion a little bit. We want to include everyone who is watching live, and there are hundreds of people watching live today. We're so fortunate to have such a great turnout. We'll be asking you to share your reflections, building upon what we have heard from the panel, and you will be able to have your voice heard in one of three ways. So more ways for you to interact. Number one, you can call in right on the telephone, right? We will invite as many of you as possible to share your experiences live on the air today with one another, most importantly for the FDA, and I'll be giving you that phone number later once those lines are open. They're not open yet. Also, submit your written comments. You'll find a comment form below the video player on the web page that you're on right now, and we will be reading those comments out on the air throughout the day as they come in. So another way for you to interact. And then finally, your voice can be heard by participating in live polling. The goal of these polling questions will be to capture the collective experience, to highlight the trends or similarities across all of the people living with sarcoidosis. And you'll be able to participate in these polls on your computer. You can do it on your tablet. You can do it on your phone. Maybe you'll want to watch us on your computer, and then you want to participate with a polling on your phone, and that should be reasonably easy to do. So let's take a moment and get you logged into the polling system so that you can stay on this throughout the day. So please pull out a tablet or your phone, or if you're following along on your computer, I want to invite you right now to open a new browser tab, and I'll repeat this a couple of times, but it's also on your screen. We invite you to type in www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. Again, the address for polling is www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. And we will begin polling very soon, but we want you to type that in right now. Also, please note that you will have the opportunity, if you wish, to provide written comments for up to 30 days following the meeting today. So if you leave today's meeting, you think of maybe something else, man, I wish I would have said that, I didn't think of it at the time, something else important for you to add, or you're watching this on demand in the future and you want to have your voice included, that's okay. Please consider submitting a comment before the 30-day deadline. And just to give you a frame of reference on that, we're talking roughly Thanksgiving week, which everybody can remember, right? So 30 days from today is approximately Thanksgiving, and that should make it easier for you. So if you're watching this recorded as opposed to live, and you wish you had the chance to participate, guess what? You do, and you've got those 30 days to do it, okay? Everything that we learn from today's session will be captured, and then it'll be summarized in a white paper called the Voice of the Patient Report, and that will be provided directly to the FDA. It is made available also for researchers, for our industry partners, for drug developers, to ensure that your voice is the center of sarcoidosis treatment development. So what a great opportunity. You say you want to do something to help, this is something you can do. And it's easy. So that is out there for you. When sharing your story, we ask that you try to be as focused and as concise as possible so that we can do our best, because we want to capture as many unique voices as possible within the community in the limited amount of time that we have available for this session and honestly for discussion. So be as focused as possible. Now, before we dive in today, I want to clarify that for the purposes of today's program, written comments, polling, and call-ins are limited to patients, to family members, and caregivers only. We do appreciate the value and views and the reflections of the FDA, clinicians who are watching, researchers, industry partners, but today the voice is from the direct sarcoidosis community, those impacted by the disease. So we ask that you participate by listening and learning if you are not one of those people, but we want input directly from patients, family members, and caregivers only today. Now, for the purpose of today's program, because the purpose of today's program is to provide a platform for the patient and the caregiver voices to be heard directly. If you are somewhere else in the sarcoidosis community, we do have an opportunity for you to contribute. We invite you to send any reflections that you have after this event to us directly by email at this email address, and that's EL-PFDD@stopsarcoidosis.org. And I'll read that again, EL-PFDD@stopsarcoidosis.org. So, without further ado, let's get to our first set of polls and learn a little bit more about who is joining us today from the patient and the caregiver community. To participate in live polling, type in again www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD into your browser, on your phone, your tablet, or computer, and I see results already coming in. This is amazing. That address is www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. And please feel free to keep the tab open. That way you can participate in polling that we will be dropping in and out of throughout the day. But when we pop a poll up there, we want to hear from you. And we have a poll that is live, Mary, right now. And that question is pretty basic. You ought to be able to answer this one, people. Where do you currently live, right? Eastern time zone, Pacific time zone in the United States, Mountain time zone, Central time, Alaska or Hawaii time zone, elsewhere in North America. Oh, there we go. I was just getting ready to say Europe, and we've got 2% of our folks watching in Europe right now. That's amazing. And then other. And of course, you always want to know what other is. So Eastern, Pacific, Mountain, Central, Alaska, elsewhere. I'd like to know where elsewhere is, because that pretty much covers everything. Europe or other. Mary, this is good stuff, right?
It's a wonderful representation from around the world. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It's so exciting to see the variety of places that people are residing and calling in from. Thank you.
All right, so we just want to let that sit for just a second, make sure that everybody has a chance, because I still see the bars adjusting, so people are signing in. And I'll give you that address one more time. It's www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. Paul, Frank, dog. How's that? Does that work? I don't know if that's the official police way that they do it, or military, but it ought to work in case you're having a hard time hearing that. You want to go to our next polling question? Is that appropriate? Looks like it is. Okay, here's the question. Are you someone who lives with sarcoidosis, or are you a loved one of someone living with sarcoidosis? And, you know, in this sarcoidosis community, that loved one, they're the saints, right? You are the folks that take care of us. My wife is a saint, that's for sure. So we want to know, are you a patient or someone who takes care of a patient? And these are the numbers, Mary, I think we would have expected, right? Mostly patients.
Mostly patients. Yes, I absolutely agree that these are the numbers that we would expect to see here. And want to say a special thank you to those who are loved ones of someone living with sarcoidosis for being with us today and supporting your loved one living with this disease.
All right, and that looks like it's settled out a little bit, so, but you can continue to vote on that. Well, let's go to our third polling question now. Again, so this is so we know who's here today. Gender identity, female, male, other, and prefer not to answer. And statistically, we know that females tend to be impacted more than males, right?
That's
with
right.
sarcoidosis. So let's see if the numbers bear that out with the folks who are watching here today. And again, still see those lines adjusting live on the air. You're seeing it as we see it, by the way, folks. So when you see those lines bopping around, that means people are still voting. And we want to make sure that we give an opportunity for everybody to get that in there. And we're going to share some really interesting data with you here in just a little while that we gathered ahead of time. So we'll be getting to that shortly. So, but that looks like it's starting to settle out. So Mary, what do you think? You want to go to the fourth question?
Yes, please. Excited to move on to the next question.
Okay, how old are you or your loved one living with sarcoidosis? Demographic data here, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 55 to 64. Yeah, that's the sweet spot, isn't it? That's my realm. And 65 plus. So, Mary, does this look pretty much like you live with this every single day? You live with the data, you run the organization, do a fantastic
Yes.
job. This is what you would expect?
Yes, it is, with what is reported with regards to age and sarcoidosis diagnosis. And we're going to look a little bit of results from a survey that we sent pre-event that similarly reflect this from the sarcoidosis community as well. So yes, very expected numbers here as well.
Well, you know, it's good because we have, I mean, even if we have hundreds of people, statistically speaking, that's a relatively small sample.
Yes.
Right? So we're hoping that the group of people watching today is representative of the sarcoidosis community as a whole. And it looks like everything is kind of bearing that out in terms of what we gathered so far. So there you go. What is your age? And everybody is 35 and older. Look at that. Very interesting. And the sweet spot, 55 to 64. So I think those are the polling questions for now. We're going to come back with another one in just a moment. But Mary, I want to invite you to dive into that data that we gathered prior to today's meeting.
Yes, thank you, John. And a big thank you to all of you who completed our pre-PFDD event survey. Let's take a look at our demographic results. We had 401 respondents, 74% of whom were female and 75% were white, with 19% Black or African American, 3% Middle Eastern, less than 1% Asian or American Indian or Alaskan Native. Nearly 7% of respondents were veterans, and you will be hearing from a veteran speaker shortly. The age of those who responded was nearly evenly split between 55 and 64 and over 65, with 17% in the 45 to 54 age range, and nearly 6% in the 35 to 44 age range. Moving on to our next set of results on organ impact, you can see here that many different organs are impacted by sarcoidosis, with the lungs coming in at over 70%. Now that would be expected, John, because we know that lungs are really primarily indicative of those who have sarcoidosis. Most of them have it in their lungs.
Right.
But it's interesting to see here the other organ involvement. Does anything surprise you here in looking at these results?
So I'm looking across that. I think the ocular eyes is higher than I would have thought.
Yes.
But there it is. Also, now I have neurosarcoidosis on my spinal cord, and we have two categories here, peripheral nerves and then brain or cranial nerves. So I'm not sure which category that a doctor would put me in. But I just thought it was interesting that was broken out separately than just neurosarcoidosis. And then what I would base my opinion on as we look at this is what people have told me. I've interviewed well over 100 people now on the Sarcfighter podcast. Yeah. What kind of rises to the top? Who are the people who are contacting me? Lungs, obviously. For sure. I talk to a lot of people with cardiac involvement.
Yes.
Maybe because that's so serious, because you don't know about it until you have some sort of a heart condition. You don't know why you have a heart condition, and all of a sudden now doctors are chasing it before something is going to be.
Correct.
I don't want to be dire, but hard to fix, right?
Correct.
So yeah, but I would say that this looks about right to me in terms of, lymph nodes. We hear a lot about that, and a lot of people are misdiagnosed, at least the people that talk to me on the podcast. And again, there's a lot of them. It's not a small sample. They're misdiagnosed with cancer, with lymphoma, and then it turns out to be sarcoidosis.
Correct. Yeah, we've actually had patients call in and tell us that they actually went through chemotherapy treatments because they were originally diagnosed with cancer, thinking they had cancer, and in fact it was sarcoidosis. I agree with you about the eyes. Number 4, in terms of the survey here. And the heart also, as you mentioned, very critical, cardiac sarcoidosis. And we're really excited to be attending American Heart Association's conference upcoming in just a couple of weeks to talk with our cardiologists there about cardiac sarcoidosis.
That'll be good because
Yes.
doctors just need to know to look for it. And I know there's all these thousands of diseases out there that are rare diseases, and they've got to check all the boxes. And so when they look at a problem, they look for the most obvious things first. And sarcoidosis isn't usually one of them, but
Right.
we'd like that to be higher on the list, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would, absolutely.
All right.
Well, with that, I'll turn it back over to you, John.
All right, so what we want to do now is we want to take a moment and do another poll. So we want to see from you in the audience about organ impact. And the question will be, let's see, well, first of all, this is how old are you? But let's go to the next one. There you go. How many of you or your loved ones' organs are impacted by sarcoidosis? Is it 1, is it 2, is it 3 to 5, or is it more than 5? And I know we're going to get some more than 5 people because I just know that. I just know that from talking to the community all the time. 3 to 5. There we go. There we go. I knew that was going to happen. So look at that, Mary, and it's jumping all over. But when people have organ involvement, it tends to not just be 1. And I'm just watching the lines go. So 2, 3 to 5, more than 5. And there's a lot of people voting right now. These numbers look about right to you, Mary?
3
Are
to
you
5
surprised by anything?
and more than 5. 11% at this point, but almost 50%. Look at that, John. Almost 50%, 3 to 5.
Yep. And
Still
people
jumping.
are always talking to me and they say, they think I have it on my spleen, but they aren't sure. Because they've seen something on an MRI or a CAT scan or something like that. And if you're going to treat it on your spleen, or if you're going to treat it anyplace else in your body, if prednisone's the first line of defense, you're just going to give the patient prednisone anyway, right? Unless there's an issue with their spleen or something where you have to go in and be spleen specific in the therapy. So a lot of times the doctors just let it ride and say, you've got multiple organ involvement, and people don't know, which scares people.
Right.
Which that's what they tell me. So, all right, well, that one seems to have settled out a little bit. So we want to thank everybody for participating in the poll. And please keep your Poll Everywhere platform open. Then when we return later in the program, we'll see some new questions appear. And now, if you would like to share your story, this is the phone part about how sarcoidosis is impacting your daily life, we want you to call into the program right now. And I want to give you the phone number. It is 1-703-844-3231. So once again, 1-703-844-3231. And when that happens, you'll hear our operator here at the studio where we're doing the program, and also Tim from the FSR team, who speaks sarcoidosis very well. They are standing by together to take your call, and so you can tell them a little bit about why you want to call, what it is you want to talk about, and we will be hearing. So we'll be putting you live on the air from your phone, like radio, right? Let's go to the caller. That's what we'll be doing here in just a little bit. So now we're going to hear some stories from sarcoidosis patients and their loved ones. And while they're sharing those experiences, I want you to think about some of the questions that we will be posing to you when we return for the discussion session portion of this session. So here are those questions. And these are the questions that we talk about on the podcast all the time. I keep going back to the podcast, but that's my frame of reference, so I apologize for that if I'm talking about it too often. But what are the symptoms that bother you the most? How has your day-to-day life changed as a result of sarcoidosis? Are there specific activities that are important to you that you're no longer able to do? And people will go on and on and on about this because it's such a big deal in the lives of sarcoidosis patients. Yeah, I used to be able to do this, and a lot of people were very active to talk to me. They were runners, they were hikers, they were cyclists, triathletes, whatever, and all of a sudden they can't do that kind of stuff. And then we have people all the way that can't walk across their house, right? So, I mean, to give you a frame of reference. What do you fear most about sarcoidosis and its impact on your life? How have your symptoms and condition changed over time? And what would you consider your condition to be well managed? So those are the questions we want you to think about. Be ready to answer those. But to get us started, it's my pleasure to introduce now several patients and caregivers who will be sharing more about how sarcoidosis impacts them on a daily basis. And you'll be hearing from Sonia and Ronnie, Brandy, Janet and John, and Catherine. And Catherine, we'll start with you.
Hello, my name is Catherine, and I'm an Army veteran and former medic. My symptoms first appeared during active duty, but it wasn't until 10 years after leaving service that I was diagnosed with sarcoidosis. This disease disrupted my life in ways I never imagined. Each morning, I wake up with an overwhelming sense of fatigue before I've even started the day. My body feels heavy, my joints stiff, and my skin burns. Getting out of bed feels like an impossible task, and even simple things like getting dressed become painful as my skin, raw from the disease, feels under attack. Sarcoidosis is invisible to the outside world, but for me, it's a constant presence. I've been told, but you don't look sick, which is only making it harder to explain how deeply this disease affects me. It's more than just physical. It seeps into every aspect of my life. Food, once something I enjoyed, has become a chore. Steroids impact my appetite, turning meals into something I push through just to keep going. By midday, I'm running on fumes. My mind feels foggy, and it's hard to concentrate. Sarcoidosis doesn't just attack my body, it clouds my mind, making even basic tasks feel insurmountable. Working became a challenge, and eventually I lost my job. I couldn't explain to my employer why some days my body simply refused to cooperate. Socially, sarcoidosis isolates me. I cancel plans, miss important moments, and withdraw from the people I care about. It's more than just the physical toll. The emotional and psychological weight is heavy too. The disease has distanced me from the life I once had. Each day, I face a choice: to fight or to surrender. On the days I fight, I push through the exhaustion, the pain, and the mental fog. But fighting comes at a cost. Flare-ups follow, leaving me even more drained. On other days, I have no choice but to surrender, letting my body rest, though it feels like losing a piece of myself. In the past 2 weeks, I've been stuck in a relentless cycle of fighting and surrendering. Taking medication helps, but it comes with its own set of challenges. Steroids, while necessary, wreak havoc on my body and mind. There's no easy solution, and I'm left grappling with the impact on my physical, mental, and emotional health. This is why I'm speaking today. What I need is more than just a way to manage the symptoms. The steroids I rely on are a double-edged sword. While they help control the symptoms, they come with a cost, affecting everything from my appetite to my energy levels. I need treatments that don't force me to choose between living with the disease and living with the side effects of the medication. Looking back at my life, I see another shift that sarcoidosis has brought with it. In the past, I used to take pictures of family and friends and special occasions and events, capturing the moment that made life feel full and connected. Now, however, my camera tells a different story. I no longer photograph celebrations or smiling faces. Instead, I take pictures of the rashes, the flares, and the damage my body has endured. These images have become my map, a visual diary that marks my skin and the toll that illness takes. Each photograph documents a chapter of discomfort, showing where my body is breaking down rather than the moments of joy I once cherished. It's sobering. It's a sobering shift from documenting life's highlights to chronicling the daily battles with my own health. This is my reality. Sarcoidosis has taken my energy, my job, my social life, and my sense of control, but it hasn't taken my spirit. I'm here today because I believe there's a way forward. What we need now are treatments that address the root of the disease, not just the symptoms. I urge you to prioritize research into new, safer therapies so that those of us living with sarcoidosis can have hope for a future free from this daily struggle. I know I'm not the only one facing this battle. There are countless others whose lives have been disrupted by sarcoidosis, but our struggles often remain invisible to the public eye. That's why recognition from the FDA is so crucial. Sarcoidosis isn't an easily managed disease. It's a complex condition that affects every part of my life. What I want you to understand is that this is more than just a medical condition. It's a daily, invisible war. And I ask you to join me in the fight by helping to develop treatments that allow people like me to regain control of our lives again. Thank you for listening to my story and for considering how your actions can make a real difference. Thank you.
I am Janet Makoviak, and I live in Taos, New Mexico with my husband, John. My sarcoidosis is systemic, affecting my heart, lungs, nervous system, lymph nodes, eyes, ears, mouth, and skin. My diagnosis took 6 months in 2018 at a leading Texas hospital. There is a good chance I have had sarcoidosis since 1972 when I was 16 years old and hospitalized for what they thought was hepatitis and liver disease. It was probably sarcoidosis, which could explain the calcified granuloma in my liver 52 years later. We chose to live in the mountains to experience all of the outdoor activities we love so much: hiking, gardening, walking, snowshoeing, biking, and skiing all used to come easily to me and were part of the daily fabric of our lives. With sarcoidosis, chronic fatigue and body pain are with me constantly, despite the multiple immunosuppressants, IVIG infusions, and large doses of gabapentin for nerve pain. On top of the physical issues, the brain fog and memory issues are so frustrating. Sarcoidosis has also given me very low blood pressure and shortness of breath. As I listen to myself, I realize how abnormal this is, yet it is my new normal. And I never know how I will feel on any given day and whether I can do the things on my calendar, and if I do, what price will I pay? I am grateful for the opportunity to share my story with you. As John says, my stoic nature doesn't allow me to often share the details of how hard it is to live with sarcoidosis, so talking to you candidly about this is difficult for me.
Janet's sarcoidosis led me to an early retirement and has limited much of what we were able to do, including our ability to socialize, due to her being immunosuppressed and at great persistent risk of infection. Because of the constant shifting sands of sarcoidosis, we never know what challenges will be presented to us. For example, the inflammation in her heart is better for now, but new spots are also developed in her lungs, and the chest lymph nodes are showing increased activity in the PET scans. But in the last few months, Janet was diagnosed with sarcoidosis in her mouth and has sarcoidosis lesions on her face. This is all so frustrating for me to see my wife of 46 years suffer like this. I grieved the loss of my partner, who was always game to do anything and could stay up past 8:30 at night. Never forgot things and always could be relied on to remember just about anything. We sought counseling to help us both stay mentally healthy through this bumpy journey. I struggle with guilt when I do something without her that I know in the past she would be all in. But counseling has helped us understand that in order to support Janet, I have to be strong physically and mentally myself. Janet's pace is very different from the past. As her partner, I don't always know the right thing to do. Should I slow down? stop, cancel plans, offer to go home early. Bedtime now is very early because of pain and no energy. We acknowledge that our life has changed and sarcoid makes demands on us in terms of time, medical expenses, insurance approvals, inability to do what we used to do, but we continue to try to make the most of each and every day.
When I feel like I have energy, instead of spending my time doing the things I love, I feel like I spend countless hours a week managing my health care and my prescription drugs, such as refilling prescriptions, getting prior authorizations, changing doses, checking with the insurance company, the pharmacy benefit managers, and finding a specialty pharmacy that can ship needed medications and have them covered by insurance. And my monthly infusions also take so much time, 8 hours a day, 4 days a month. Last year, I had a port placed in one side of my chest as an alternative to numerous IVs, damaging my veins. The infusions treat inflammation, brain fog, and nerve pain caused by small fiber neuropathy. As you can imagine, this is a huge time commitment around which we have to plan our lives. I hate to miss out on life for these 4 days, these 4 infusion days each month. I also have a heart monitor implanted in my chest by which my electrophysiology team monitors my heart to ensure my cardiac sarcoidosis is not causing ventricular tachycardia or other inappropriate heart rhythms. Because of the lung sarcoidosis, I use a portable oxygen concentrator to go for a walk, hike, ski, or ride my bike. I carry this 8-pound device in a backpack, and it allows me to be out in nature for about 3 hours. I use oxygen to sleep at home and when I travel on an airplane. 6 years of prednisone have caused adrenal insufficiency, which means I will be on some steroid for the rest of my life. And I have to wear a medical alert bracelet to advise that I need stress dose steroids if I have a medical emergency. Prednisone has also caused muscle wasting and tendon tears, leading to months of physical therapy. We travel at least 4 times a year to National Jewish Health in Denver to see my amazing team of doctors specializing in sarcoidosis, where they do imaging and other tests to measure my progress and how I am responding to the myriad of drugs. Because there are no drugs specifically for sarcoidosis, almost everything that is prescribed is off-label since they were approved for other diseases. My team of 7 ologists and my family call it the grand experiment. When drugs that previously reduced inflammation stop working, we have to try something else. I have a spreadsheet of all of the drugs I have been prescribed since diagnosis in 2018, and there are more than 30 drugs, not including just dosage changes. Many of these drugs are expensive and require prior authorizations, and sometimes the insurance companies will question the prescription that my specialized doctors want me to be on and recommend something different that is less expensive. The arrogance of someone who doesn't know me or my history to second guess my doctors is unbelievably frustrating, not to mention stressful. And stress is not good for sarcoidosis. All of these drugs come with their own side effects, so it is a constant balancing act of managing side effects such as headaches, mouth sores, stomach issues, weight gain, etc. And not to mention the risks that come from being immunocompromised. We have to limit any indoor activities such as airport travel, concert, parties, and movies where there might be large numbers of people. And I am always masked in public.
I have never seen Janet cry as much as she has over the frustration of dealing with these issues. The changing prescriptions are hard for me to cope with, and I worry about the benefit versus side effects of the treatments, but trust and am comforted by her doctors who have extensive knowledge and truly care. They are trying to help, but sarcoidosis treatment is currently nothing more than trial, error, and hope.
On many of my sleepless nights, I wonder what drugs I can jettison that might minimize side effects, yet not risk disease advancement, but I can't find clear answers. My doctors tell me we are running out of options that they can all agree upon. So we are all hoping my latest drug regimen will be the answer.
Hearing those words from your doctors, running out of options, is very scary. We need to have drugs that are specifically for sarcoidosis so that doctors are not depending on treatments that have not been FDA approved for sarcoidosis. This would remove so many of our barriers in dealing with insurance approvals and actually having drugs that are targeting the cause and effects of this disease. When Janet was diagnosed 6 years ago, there were no clinical trials. And today we are grateful that there are multiple clinical trials. It would be great if the process could be expedited and include endpoints that are focused on quality of life beyond just clinical endpoints. If approval could be considered for all forms of sarcoidosis, it would be such a benefit to nearly 200,000 Americans suffering from this terrible chronic disease.
While these drugs currently in the pipeline may be too late for me, we are so encouraged that people who are not yet diagnosed or who are newly diagnosed will benefit from your work. Also, as other new drug proposals come to you, please remember my story, which is also John's story. We are grateful for your time and interest in sarcoidosis.
Thank you.
My name is Sonia Henderson, and at the age of 54, I went to the local ER for extreme shortness of breath and chest pain. I was diagnosed with myocarditis and complete heart block. After treating these symptoms, my health continued to decline, and I found myself with chronic diastolic and systolic heart failure and cardiomyopathy. I decided on my own to seek a second opinion at the Cleveland Clinic. I will never forget the first time I visited with the cardiologist, and he said to me, "I think you had undiagnosed cardiac sarcoidosis." He later confirmed it through a heart biopsy. I've been married for 26 years to my husband, Ronnie. I have 2 grown and married sons, and I'm still raising a 15-year-old daughter. In my prior life, before my sarcoidosis journey, I was the senior executive assistant for a major pharmaceutical company. I absolutely love my job. I love being busy and working for a company that was dedicated towards saving lives. That all changed overnight when I went to the ER on that day last year, and I found myself eventually on long-term disability. Separation from my colleagues I'd worked with and grown close to for 25 years, along with the loss of income, led to a loneliness and isolation that I was not prepared to deal with. Every day, I live with pain, shortness of breath, and uncertainty, along with isolation. There are ups and downs with this disease. There's good days and bad days. I went from having the job of my dreams to living life one day, sometimes 1 hour at a time.
I have somewhat of a unique perspective from this topic, working at a large pharmaceutical company in research and development for 28 years. I understand what it takes to move along a molecule to phase 4 where it can benefit a patient. Living with cardiac sarcoidosis is not just on the patient, but also affects family and friends. It affects us emotionally, socially, and to a good degree, financially.
Let me explain what life is like. I used to be able to get around on 2 legs. Now I have either 3 or 6. Cleo, my cane, or Big Red, my mobility scooter. I take 15 pills daily, and on Mondays, I take an extra 8 with the methotrexate, which has chemo properties. My hair falls out. I get headaches, nausea, unsteadiness, and severe fatigue. Sometimes it can make you feel very helpless. In August, I caught COVID, and I was advised to go to the local ER. The doctor said after reviewing my chart, "I see why you go to the Cleveland Clinic." I would like to see medicine specifically indicated for and approved to treat sarcoidosis, and that's why I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you today.
My children and I see Sonia suffering. When Sonia goes to the local ER, it has an emotional effect on my boys, but more closely on my daughter, who has struggled emotionally since Sonia's gotten sick. Often we make the 5-hour drive from Indianapolis to the Cleveland Clinic Hospital for as long as a week, staying at the hospital or hotel. Our boys, their wives, and our friends are involved in making sure our daughter is cared for appropriately, getting her to school and to other events. It is very difficult at times to coordinate her care. Outings are also very different now. I have to ensure that Sonia gets to the closest access point to avoid her walking fatigue. I'm always worried about that. This summer at Lake Michigan, I dropped my wife and daughter off to the closest point to the beach while I parked our car. Once I caught up with them, I saw this steep dune that they navigated down to the water. And I thought to myself, oh my, why did she do this? How is she going to get back up this hill? Well, Sonia relaxed under the shade umbrella while Brooklyn and I enjoyed the water. And then it was time for us to leave. We packed up our belongings and proceeded to struggle mightily to get up that dune. My daughter on one side of Sonia and I on the other. What should have been a minute unassisted climb took us 10 minutes resting at intervals. Finally at the top, Sonia was exhausted, sweating profusely. She had to sit for a while before we could continue to the car. This event scared all three of us a lot. This is a reminder that Sonia can't always do the things that she thinks she can.
I try to assess every morning before I get out of bed what sort of day it's going to be. I might have a whole list of things to get done, but reality is I may only be able to get one thing done. And if it's a really bad day, I may have to lie on the couch. Not being able to do what I need to do or want to do to care for my family can lead definitely to frustration and depression. This disease is called a snowflake disease. No two cases are just alike. It can affect any organ, including eyes, skin, heart, or lungs. I'd like to advocate for those coming behind me, those newly diagnosed who don't yet have a voice, don't know where to start, and don't know where to go.
Every summer, we also attend an all-day, 4-day religious convention out of town. We've both done this since childhood, but 26 years together. Sonia has always taken the lead in these types of family trips, but now we have to take care of her. This past summer, at the convention site, I dropped her and our daughter off at the handicap and infirm gate so that a wheelchair attendant could take her into the stadium's auditorium. Whenever Sonia had to go to the bathroom, we would have to signal to a female attendant to wheelchair her to the bathroom and back to our seats. Also, now we can't mingle around the lunch break for association as we did in the past before Sonia's illness. As you can imagine, this disease has changed the dynamics of our beloved lifelong summer event. Sonia's cardiac sarcoidosis with its related disabilities have negatively impacted our lives and prospects. However, I know from experience that the FDA approving innovative medicines can greatly improve our prospects.
In conclusion, my family and I are indebted to pharmaceutical companies and the FDA who provide pathways for patients like me and others. When you look at me, please see the patient as you continue to provide these life-changing medicines.
Hello, my name is Brandy Cleaver. I am a fourth-generation sarcoidosis warrior. My great-grandmother, grandmother, and mother have or had sarcoidosis. I was diagnosed at 29 years old and became disabled at 36 due to neurosarcoidosis. I worked as an EMS manager and an advanced EMT for 19 years, a job that I absolutely loved and miss every day. I really miss my patients. I tried to continue serving on a very part-time volunteer basis for the last 5 years, but eventually had to give it up entirely due to physical and cognitive limitations. The last ambulance call I went on was a mass casualty incident. In the past, I would have thrived and known exactly what to do to respond. But when I got out of the truck, I forgot all my training due to my cognitive disabilities. I was afraid to treat patients or even start IVs. I knew then it was time for me to give up the career that I loved. My journey since then has been quite bumpy. When I am feeling my worst, I am unable to walk unassisted. I can't see well. I slur my words, and I have a massive amount of nausea. I live with pain and fatigue daily. Because of the characteristics of my advanced disease, I struggle with memory issues. I have to be able to take pain medications, but they interact with my evening meds, which cause lapses in memory. These lapses make it difficult to care for my dogs, my home, and my son. I've taken the wrong medications and the wrong dosages of other medications. These incidents have caused my mom, who lives nearby, to have to ask my son to check on me. It is common for us to have a conversation that I won't remember the next day. I've even made unnecessary and unintended purchases while under the influence of my medications. For example, I purchased over $2,500 in cell phones and smartwatches on my parents' account. I have no recollection of these purchases. My doctors have tried every type of prednisone, but it has caused me great side effects. In the 3 years I have been on methylprednisolone, I have gained 80 pounds, been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, hypertension, sleep apnea, severe depression and anxiety, and many other ailments. Unfortunately, the steroids alone don't work. I also take Remicade infusions once a month and Axar gel every 3 days. I've taken rituximab in the past, which is harsh and damaging to the immune system. Methotrexate, which caused liver problems. Cellcept quit working and I had a major flare-up while taking it. And Imuran caused extreme hair loss, and I had little to no improvement from the neurological symptoms. My body is extensively damaged after trying all these medications. Axar gel has been the best medication to treat the symptoms of my disease, but it was a fight to get it, and it took a long time for approval. I also live in rural North Dakota. While the people here are great, the crime is almost non-existent, and the air is pure. Access to the proper care is very difficult. Being rural and in a state that has more land than people make the time cost of this disease a huge burden for my entire family. I travel 2 hours one way to see my specialists, on average once a week. My mom, who also has pulmonary sarcoidosis, takes time off work to travel with me to all my appointments. I also travel 7 hours one way to Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, 2 to 3 times a year. We have to stay for about a week each time, which costs a lot of money, both in travel and for my mother to take time off work. Participating in clinical trials would be almost impossible due to the travel costs. I am so far away from all the big medical systems that I would have to fly or drive for a day or more every time they required a visit. My 15-year-old son takes on many of the burdens of the household as well. Not only is he working for the park board and going to school, he's maintaining our home outside by mowing and shoveling and helping with daily chores inside. On days I can't stand, he is doing dishes, laundry, cleaning bathrooms, sweeping and mopping, and taking care of dogs. Medications to treat sarcoidosis are extremely expensive and cause a huge financial burden. My medical and prescription costs for this year so far are over $500,000. On occasion, my 15-year-old son has to help by paying household bills. In a month, I am selling my house. The mental health impact of being a burden to my family is also unbearable. Suicidal thoughts are common in my life. Happily, I have my family here to keep a close eye on me. Please remember the many layers of burdens of this disease. Time costs, physical burdens, financial, emotional, and mental health burdens. Living with neurosarcoidosis is hard enough without fighting for life-saving medications. We need access to more medication options and help with the financial and physical burdens of the disease. I may have had to give up my career in EMS, but I found a new love in fostering dogs for our local rescue. I know now I can't give up. I have to keep going. I often say I wouldn't want anyone else to go through this, so I'll keep fighting for them. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story today.
Well, thank you, Brandy, and to everyone else for sharing those experiences with us today. If anybody had any doubt that sarcoidosis has a big impact, I think you heard it firsthand. And that's just scratching the surface, Mary, of what we're going to hear before it's all said and done here today. So again, thank you, Brandy. Now what I want to do is we want to open up the discussion to all of you who are joining us live. So if you want to share your experiences about your symptoms, the impacts, and your concerns for the future, basically how it's impacting your life. That's what we're talking about here in this morning's portion of our program. We encourage you to call in, and you can do that by dialing 1-703-844-3231. That's 703-844-3231. And Mary, what do we want to go to next? If you do call in, yeah, you'll be speaking with our operator and also with Tim from FSR. And we want to do our best to get you in the queue for this discussion. Don't worry, you will not miss the program. You will be able to listen to the program while you are on hold. While we provide our audience some time to call in or submit comments, Mary, I'd like you to maybe go over some of the data that we've received from our survey about the financial impact of the disease.
Thank you, John, and thank you to our speakers for sharing your deeply personal stories and experiences with us. You know, John, sarcoidosis has a significant impact on patients financially. As you can see here, 85% of respondents note that the sarcoidosis has a significant impact on their daily life, with 30% of our survey respondents said they had to cease working because of sarcoidosis health effects. Over 45% said that their finances were moderately to significantly impacted by their diagnosis. As you heard from our speakers, and as you can see on the pie chart, nearly 83% of our survey respondents say their sarcoidosis symptoms impact their daily life in a moderate to major way. Let's take a look at symptom impact results. 73% of respondents noted that fatigue had a significant impact on their lives, followed by over 50% who noted breathlessness as being life-limiting. What is even more surprising here is the wide range of symptoms that have had significant impact, from insomnia to brain fog to dizziness to nausea and pain. Really having such an impact, John, on people's lives in so many different ways.
Well, we heard that from our panelists as well. I mean, it's just, it's amazing to hear the different things that happen. You know, and that fatigue, Mary, that's on the graph right now, I don't know how to describe that to you, but when I was having flares, I couldn't walk past a couch. Like, I just felt like I had to take a nap all the time. I didn't have energy to think. I didn't have energy to even want to try and take on a task. Yeah. Say nothing about actually taking it on.
And I think that's so important for people to hear because it sounds like it's really debilitating. I mean, some people think of fatigue, because I've never experienced it, right? And for those who have not experienced sarcoidosis, when you hear fatigue, you don't really necessarily understand the real significant impact of almost being disabled, right?
Yes.
To certain points where you can't walk across the house or you can't walk to the couch. So really important information for us to be paying attention to.
Yep.
I want to thank those of you who have been sharing your comments online. From what I'm seeing, it's clear how significantly your lives have been impacted and altered by sarcoidosis. So with that, I will now share some of your comments that we've received. One respondent wrote, I have a family that I need to be around for, and sarcoidosis has taken everything away from me. I am just a shell of a person because of sarcoidosis. I need a cure. I need more time to be with my family. Carol from Indiana shared, quote, sarcoidosis has significantly impacted my life both financially and socially. I am now feeling the financial strain of an unplanned early retirement. Sarcoidosis has impacted my social life with family and friends as I am often unable to fully join in during gatherings and celebrations. It was well over a year before I felt the energy to walk from one end of my house to the other. John, just what we were talking about, right?
Yep, absolutely.
And Kathleen from New York emphasized something we hear all too often, quote, oh my, the pain and tiredness is horrible. I used to work full time, now am on disability. There are days that I can't even move with the pain and fatigue. I used to dance, judge, work full time. All of that is gone. So psychologically, it messes me up too. I would now like to turn to our panelists to help us take a deeper dive into some of the experiences we have heard from our speakers and the community members who have written in. Welcome, Cheryl, Mary, Deborah, Rennick, and Kristen. And with that, John, would you like to take it over and start the conversation?
I would. So I'm so happy to see everybody here today. And so first of all, let's just go around the room here. Deborah, we'll start with you. If you would just give us your name and tell us where you are today so we can get a feel for that.
Well, good morning. I am Deborah, and I am from Mississippi.
All right. And Rennick?
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm down in the Tampa Bay area.
Okay, very good. And Mary?
Hi, I'm Mary, and I am in Maryland.
All right. And Cheryl?
Hi, I'm Cheryl, and I'm from Queens, New York.
All right. And Kristen?
Good morning. My name is Kristen, and I'm in the Chicago suburbs this morning.
Okay, outstanding. So, Mary, we've got the whole world kind of represented here, right?
We do. Thank you for being with us. Yes.
All across the United States, and some of you are familiar faces from the podcast, and so it's not the first time we've spoken. But I'm just real anxious to be able to help you guys share your story with the FDA and the rest of the sarcoidosis community, so people can know exactly what we're dealing with. Deborah, why don't you start out and tell us where you have sarcoidosis in your body?
Well, I currently have sarcoidosis in I'm sorry.
That's the brain fog thing. Yeah.
Yes, I have neurosarcoidosis,
Sure.
Pulmonary sarcoidosis, and as of my last 6-month visit, it's also been found beginning to affect my kidneys.
Wow. Okay, and we're going to come back to how that's impacted you in a little while. But Rennick, why don't you share your version of sarcoidosis?
Yeah, mine is multi-organ as well. Liver, skin, lungs, central nervous system, sinuses, GI, intestines have all been affected and shown granulomas.
All right. Mary?
Yeah, mine first appeared to be cardiac, and over time it has extended into pulmonary, lymph nodes, and now we're looking at neurological and ocular and skin. So it's progressing.
Okay, so multiple organ impact for everybody. Cheryl, how about you?
Hi, yes. So I have it, pulmonary sarcoidosis. I have it on my skin, sinuses, and it also caused me to have pulmonary hypertension, which is my heart. And also, they are watching closely my eyes because they think that is in my eyes as well.
Yeah. And Kristen?
My first sarcoidosis appeared as skin sarcoidosis, but is manifested into neurological, so mostly in my optic nerve and my spine.
Got it. Got it. So now we've got people calling in, so what we want to do is we want to integrate some of your comments with the people who are calling in, but as you can see, the computer, here's my computer, look at this. Look, presto changeo, and it happens just like that, right? So let's go to a phone caller if we could, and I believe that we have Athlena in Palm Beach, and Athlena, are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm here, and it's Althena.
Okay, I'm sorry. I put my glasses on.
That's okay.
Better. Yeah. So I understand that you're suffering from, you have shortness of breath and a lot of fatigue, a lot of brain fog. Those are things that we can all, as patients, kind of, we all know that story. Tell us a little bit about yours.
Yeah, my story came about like just out of nowhere. I went in for something totally different and saw a neurologist for other things, and then when she ran some tests, she was like, do you have anybody in your family with sarcoidosis? And then, so there it was, and that my journey began at that point. At the time, it was just pulmonary, but it grew into neurological, lymphatic, and as of the last, I want to say almost a year now, it's also been cardiac. So I've been on quite a journey. I always say pre and post. Pre sarcoidosis, I was very vibrant, very active. I worked in pediatrics for most of my professional career, even running an office, being an office manager. Post unemployed, on disability, not being able to hang out because by the time I was diagnosed, my kids had just become adults, and I was ready to, just do other things than raise children because the children were adults at that time. But everything just seemed to come crashing down, and I'm always tired. I have great family members, thank God, who are understanding and willing to learn and things, and they do go to some of the conferences and things with me, so they're well versed. But folks just look at you like I heard someone say, "There's nothing wrong." Well, I don't see anything.
You don't look sick. You don't look sick, right? That's what people say.
Yeah. And
did you lose your job? Did you say you lost your job?
Yeah, I had to because I had to be honest with my employer and let them know that I can't do this anymore, and I knew they needed someone in the seat. I had to make that decision for myself and for them, to be honest, that I could not do it anymore. It was too debilitating. Just the trying to get up in the morning and put my clothes on just to make it to the office was overwhelming. So, and then the medications, the side effects of this, that, and the other. I never actually, initially I was on steroids, but they took me off of those very quickly. So I've never really been on any corticosteroids, except for like when I had flare-ups here and there, really bad flare-ups. But the medications that I've been on, they've worked pretty well, but the side effects from the medications, just send you into an even quicker tailspin. So it's just been a serious journey for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for sharing your story today. And before we go back to our panel that's all around us here, Mary, maybe you've got a comment that somebody sent in from the web that maybe you want to share?
I do, John. I have to tell you, the comments are rolling in. There's so much commentary going on, and appreciate everybody sending in your important information. So because we have so many, I won't get to all of them, but I'll do my best. I'm going to kick us off with 3 very quick ones. So it's Allison from Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina. She says people with severe SARC are tired, inflammatory, a lot of inflammatory, and in pain most of the time. Many people disabled. I am disabled. I am far too young to be disabled. Natalie from Arizona says the pain is awful. And in the fatigue and the brain fog, then the sleepless nights, and it has been a nightmare. And then Heidi from Washington, D.C. I was forced to quit my job. The chronic pain, fatigue, and complexity of managing my doctor's visits and treatments make it impossible for me to work. We sold our home to move to one-level home because I couldn't manage walking up and down the stairs. So to our panelists, we've heard some of this.
Right.
Anything that you'd like to add to ways of trying to manage some of these things and just live day to day with these extreme challenges?
Deborah, you want to go first with that?
Yes. Well, I can definitely associate with what the caller was saying. Because one main thing that I had to do, I had purchased this vehicle. I was excited about it, this large vehicle for my family, so we wouldn't have to, use multiple vehicles. But there became a time that I just could not actually even get into the vehicles, a truck, an SUV. And so it was just exhausting even climbing in the actual vehicle. So I had to make, to do a trade in, and to some that may seem something minor, but that greatly impacted, the entire family, as well as, my grandchildren. And so even along with that, just not even participating and being able to join in on a lot of the social events, sending them, along by themselves, or them just coming, to visit me. So it has impacted my social life. I was an educator by trade. It has affected my engagement, with my coworkers, as well as my family. So I definitely understand the impact of it, and it's a daily thing, and it's disheartening when you're trying to gather your thoughts and you're unable to gather your thoughts when you've been articulate in your, that is your profession, to be articulate and to train others. So I just wish that if there was something that could be developed to support and help us, even with just the basic, short-term memory, anything that could be designed specifically toward those side effects of this condition.
Yeah, there's just so many of them. Rennick, is that all of that sounding like it makes sense to you in terms of what you've experienced?
Yes, going to what Deborah just said about being articulate and then discovering that you're not, especially when your livelihood depends on it. And to the caller from Palm Beach who talked about the moment when she had to be honest with her boss and acknowledge that she couldn't do the job she'd been doing previously. I've had that experience. I happen to have been self-employed, and in a career that involved communicating with people and then discovering at times I couldn't understand and had to ask people to repeat themselves, or couldn't express my thoughts clearly. And then with the fatigue and the pain, coming to the realization after a very long time that I just couldn't do it anymore. I had to back off. I had to slow down. I had to abandon a lot of the ambition and the aspirations I had. As much as previously I had worked hard and been sharp and been competitive and effective, there came that moment when I just had to throw my hands up and say, I have to do what will preserve my health, preserve my life, and give attention to seeking the very best medical care. And that became then a pursuit of working enough to stay engaged, but to be able to afford the high cost of medical care, travel, accommodations, co-pays, and so forth. So yeah, what Deborah and the speaker from Palm Beach have shared certainly resonates with me. And it all points, from my vantage point, to a desire for the question to be answered, which is, what therapies could they develop that would help alleviate the brain fog and the fatigue and reduce the travel? Maybe some home therapies.
Right.
Instead of infusions, maybe something that I could have at home at a more cost-effective manner to alleviate these symptoms.
Yeah, so Mary, we're hearing the same thing. It's not just the illness, but it's all the things that come with the illness that impact people's lives. The travel or the brain fog. People might not think brain fog is a big deal. Well, it is until you're trying to close a deal or something, and you can't remember what you were talking about.
It's so challenging because you're patients and you're living with all of these symptoms and all of this illness, and at the same time, on the other side of the coin, are all of the challenges associated. We've heard so much about finances and expensive medications and people having to sell their homes and lose their jobs and go on disability. It's a whirlwind, really, that is happening when you're at your sickest point, right? When you're living with a chronic disease. So thank you for sharing all of this information, which is so critically important.
Yeah.
We have another one I'll read, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be great, yes.
This is Dawn from Hawaii. I was recently diagnosed with neurosarcoidosis. I was once a very active and busy, self-employed, independent woman. Now I have become a disabled person. I can only walk limited distance with aid of a walker, and mostly I am in a wheelchair. I have complete urinary incontinence. I'm in constant pain in my lower extremities. I am taking lots of various medications which make me feel awful. I could write volumes about the trauma I've been enduring since this disease took over my life. It's hard to read these and to really understand the magnitude of what this is really causing people, right, in the day-to-day lives and trying to live with sarcoidosis.
Right. And we're going to take a caller here in just a minute from New Jersey, and I've looked at the notes here, and this is going to be something that it's not going to wake people up because people in this audience already know, but we talk about the snowflake disease, we talk about this sort of non-linear path. Right? Like, if you have a disease and then it progresses, and the physician might say, well, you're here and we expect it to go here unless we can divert it somehow. But this disease goes all over the place.
Correct.
Right? And so it's so hard to find a single therapy that works. Right? And to find, what's caused it, what's going to happen next, and the medical community just doesn't know. Right?
Correct.
All right, so let's take this call. Sean from New Jersey is with us. Sean's a patient. And Sean, if my notes are correct, your wife found you after having sudden cardiac arrest, and they did CPR, and you were in a coma for a week. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm actually coming up on my 2-year anniversary, but what happened was I was at home with my wife having coffee, getting ready for work, and my wife said, hey, I'm going to go make the kids lunch, and she went to go make our kids lunch, and I went into our bedroom. I got out of the shower, and she said when I got out of the shower, she heard me kind of make a strange noise, and she came in to check on me, and I was unconscious and had went into, she didn't know it at the time, but I was going into sudden cardiac arrest. Luckily, she works in the medical field, and she called 911 immediately, and then I stopped breathing, and she started CPR. The paramedics came, shocked me 7 or 8 times with the defibrillator, brought me to, luckily they could get faint pulse back, and brought me to a local hospital. where I was intubated and spent the next several weeks in the hospital and woke up and had no recollection of what had happened to me or why I was in the hospital. Matter of fact, I thought I was there because I was in a car accident. And, after a lot of testing and everything else, one of the doctors said, hey, we found this granuloma in your lungs, and we think you might have sarcoidosis. And then, it's been quite the journey over the past 2 years, and again, a lot of testing. But ultimately, I have cardiac sarcoidosis, and I had irreversible scarring in my heart that was caused by sarcoidosis that caused me to go into ventricular tachycardia, which is a deadly heart rhythm, and that's what put me into to sudden cardiac arrest. So it's really a miracle I'm alive and here. Again, all thanks to my wife's quick thinking and response, and a lot of the first responders that were there that day that saved my life.
But you had been otherwise fine. It was just you were going along with your daily life. Were you active? Did you like work out or anything like that?
Yeah, I just celebrated my 40th birthday. Avid surfer, snowboarder, exercise, went for runs. One of my hopes is that, bringing more awareness to sarcoidosis. I did have was starting to have some heart arrhythmias, where enough so that I went to go see a cardiologist about a month or two before this happened. And because I could feel some kind of palpitations in my heart, and they said that I was having PVCs. And the one doctor, my EP doctor, he saw that I was having enough PVCs to want to do an ablation. And we were going to be scheduling that ablation. I never made it to that appointment. I went into cardiac arrest before I had the opportunity to have that procedure done.
Wow. Well, Sean, thank you for calling in and sharing that story. I'm glad things turned out right, and I'm glad your wife was there. She's in the medical field and knew what to do. That CPR is so important in something like that. Well, Mary, you think we should go back to our panel who's all gathered around us here and talk about more life impacts?
Absolutely.
All right. So, Mary, is it your turn? I think I'm trying to go sort of, clockwise here. So, Mary, is it your turn?
Sure.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Well, I can relate a lot to what Sean was just mentioning about the sudden cardiac arrest. And because I had a very similar experience where just an unexpected event happened, and 3 hospitals and lots of specialists later, I ended up with a pacemaker, but no explanation of what caused it. And it took me 7 years to get a diagnosis. And during that time, there was progression of the disease as well as irreversible damage to my heart. And when I was finally diagnosed, I was the way it was dealt with was like, I can say it was like a sledgehammer. It was just they came at me, sounds a little too aggressive, but the approach to go after it was really with heavy medications on multiple levels. And that the intention behind that was to shut down my immune system, to stop this rapid progression of the disease, because I was going into extreme heart failure, even with a pacemaker. And then I was getting sick all the time because of this immunocompromising medications, that I was getting pneumonia, bronchitis, parvo. I was getting any illness that went around because the goal was to shut down my immune system, which it did. And fortunately, it was like I was able to come off of that, and it seems like it had slowed the progression. But then it takes so much work and time and effort to find the right treatment that it puts a strain on every aspect of your life that we've talked about, and other people here have mentioned about financially and relationships and professionally. That process of trying to find a way to balance out your health and try to maintain it is really difficult and causes so much strain. And I really do wish that we find ways to have medication that cannot be so brutal and not cause such detrimental effects for such a long time, and that we can identify ways to have treatments that affect multiple systems in our body, but not with such a demand or a secondary repercussions of those side effects. So, I mean, that
Yeah.
I relate, as everyone has shared their stories, it's so similar that we need more. We need more research and understanding about how to treat this disease effectively.
Yeah.
So,
Cheryl, let's go to you. How has it changed? How has sarcoidosis changed your life? You don't work. You don't work anymore, right? You're on disability.
Yes, I'm on permanent disability. It has impacted my life so much. I mean, I go through the fatigue and a brain fog, but I'm gonna focus on my lungs because it really had a big impact on, and it still does. I used to be on oxygen 24 hours, but now I only use oxygen when I exert myself. And so I have to travel with oxygen because I can't even get on a plane, without oxygen. It would really impact my lungs. My lungs develop fungus. I have multiple fungus in my lungs. And the doctors don't know why I cough up blood. But I have to monitor. So can you imagine you have to monitor how much blood you cough up. And if I cough up the size of a quarter, I have to rush to the hospital, to the ER, because they think that I will be drowning in my blood. So to live a life like that, it makes me like not want to, it keeps me from doing anything, because if I go away, what happens if I cough up blood? I don't want to go into a hospital that's in another state. So my social life has really been impacted by it as well. And just the pain, just to breathe sometimes. When I take a deep breath, that's really painful. And the fatigue is just really, there's days, I'm not gonna say days. Every morning I wake up and I say, how is my day gonna be? Am I gonna stay in bed today because of the fatigue, or will I be able to do something? So, sarcoidosis have really impacted my life in so many ways. I used to walk with a cane because the pain in my body. And nowadays, I mean, every now and then, I still have to use that cane. I was a very active person. I, went to the gym, I traveled, I did a lot of community work, and it just stopped me. And even now, I was forced to, go on to retire do a early retirement from my job. And, because I couldn't do it because I have a business degree. So I deal with numbers, and a brain fog. I couldn't, the numbers would just scramble in my head because of the brain fog. So I do wish that, we could find develop certain medications and treatments that can help us with the brain fog and with the fatigue and also with the pain.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Cheryl, for sharing all that with us. And again, we're sorry that sarcoidosis has had such an impact on your life. I would say that to everybody who's involved. And Mary, we've got a lot of callers in queue here, but I know you've got some more comments that are coming in online too. Do you want to read a couple of those?
Absolutely. So here's one from Fawn from Cabot, Vermont. My biggest fear is that we will not find a treatment that will work for my multi-organ sarcoidosis. Every time I get another PET scan, it's like the game of light bright. But instead of the lights going out, I'm lit up more spread, another organ targeted, more scarring. It's overwhelming and exhausting. And here's one from Marcia, Washington, D.C. One of my biggest fears with sarcoidosis is the unpredictability. It's a disease with so many unknowns, and that makes planning for the future tough. Not knowing when or if a flare-up will occur and how severe it might be makes it challenging to feel in control of my health. I worry about further losing physical abilities or facing additional limitations on my independence. It's really about anticipating grief, right? Anticipatory grief. That you may not even have it in the other organs yet, but there's this living with anticipation of potentially, right, that it might, as was described here, might appear in another organ or light up more in the PET scan. And that, from an emotional standpoint, is very challenging.
Yeah, or you worry about the flare where you already have it, and if it's in a critical spot, your lungs, your heart, your spinal cord, one more flare could be significant. So I want to go to another caller. This is Ariel from Texas. She is a patient. She has muscle aches, has daily problems, eyes greatly impacted, loss of kidney function. Ariel, are you there? Do you want to share your story with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
So I'm Ariel from Texas, and so when I was diagnosed with this, it was found in my bone marrow and in my kidneys, and they did not really know. They didn't know what was really going on. I went to Sony Upstate in Syracuse, New York, and they had a whole bunch of different doctors, pulmonologists, nephrologists, a whole bunch of different teams trying to figure out exactly what was going on. It took about 3 weeks of me being in the hospital before they came out with a diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to do bone marrow biopsies, kidney biopsies, skin biopsies, because when I found it, I only had 5% left of kidney function before I had to get rushed to the emergency room. But the whole outcome of it was I ended up having a ruptured breast implant. And it went unseen for quite a while. And it wasn't until they took it out that they noticed it was ruptured. And then I guess the silicone and the exposure and my body just not wanting to have the object into my body, my body just started attacking itself. And sarcoid was one of the diagnoses that was laid on the table after everything was done.
But they found sarcoidosis.
No,
They found sarcoidosis when they started looking and they're trying to figure out what was wrong. They discovered sarcoidosis.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Ariel.
And sarcoidosis was actually the second illness I was diagnosed with.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your call today. I appreciate it. So thank you. That was Ariel from Texas. And I want to go to Kristen. With Kristen, we've talked a little bit about the type of sarcoidosis you have, but I want to focus again on what it has done to your life and how it's upended things for you.
Thanks, John. For me, and I've heard many callers talk about this and other panelists, just the amount of planning and for day to day that it takes to be able to manage the fatigue and the symptoms of the disease. I'm forced to plan my week out very carefully. You have to anticipate while there are so many unknowns and you never know how you're going to wake up and feel on any given day, and there's really no rhyme or reason. I have to plan. I have to be able to say, okay, I'm going to have a really active, heavy day today. So tomorrow I'm going to need to plan to rest. Or if I know I'm going to have multiple days during the week, I can pretty much guarantee that my weekend is going to be spent resting and getting caught up from the week ahead, or vice versa. If I have a very busy weekend, don't expect much from me during the week. So I think that planning and that unknown is really the way that has impacted me. My friends have been amazing, but I think at some point they just give up on asking you to go to social events because you can never promise that you're going to be there. Or even if you try to commit, sometimes the day just gets away from you. So I think that is the biggest piece that really impacts me. And so many have said it, but again, treatments and different activities to maintain or improve the level of fatigue and not have the fatigue, I think would be so beneficial to so many who have this disease. Because while you're dealing with the other symptoms that go along with it, the fatigue can just be debilitating. Today, I look forward to having a fatigue level of 6. If I'm having a fatigue level of 6, I'm having a darn good day, right?
That's your own little meter on a scale of 1 to 10. Like a
scale
6
of
is
1 to
okay.
10, if I'm feeling like a 6, then I'm having a really good day. I can't even imagine having a full 10 at this point.
So 0 is bad, and 6 and 10 is full fatigue, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Well, 10 would be I'm having a great day.
having a great day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what medications have you taken?
So currently I am on prednisone. I am also on infliximab infusions and methotrexate. But the prednisone has caused some debilitating effects. I currently now have type 1 diabetes. I have early onset osteoporosis, as well as different side effects from the prednisone.
Mary, I want to just jump in right here, and I want to see if you have heard, because on the podcast, I've interviewed some researchers. One researcher told me that if prednisone were to come on the market today as a proposed drug, that the FDA would never approve it because of all of the side effects. They would say, no, that doesn't pass the test. Have you ever heard that before? Does that ring true to you?
I've not heard it, but I'm not surprised by it either. We hear regularly from patients about these significant side effects of prednisone. It's so bad, John, I know you know this, that some patients, they just stop taking the drug because it's the symptoms that they're getting, the side effects that they are experiencing are just as bad, sometimes if not worse, than the sarcoidosis. And so it's just overwhelming, right? You've got sarcoidosis, you're dealing with that illness, and then you're compounding it, right? With all these other long-term, like diabetes, these things that are impacting the patients when we're trying to get them healthy.
Yeah.
So that statement does not surprise me, but I personally have not heard that exact statement before.
Right, and I don't know if somebody was just trying to make a point or if it's actually true. It doesn't matter.
Correct.
Because it's kind of how we all feel.
That's right.
I was taking 80 milligrams of prednisone a day for the better part of a year, and then the taper, I was just miserable. I gained all this weight, and you talk about a toxic personality. Oh, wow. Yes. And then I was reading all the things. Luckily, I didn't have any of the other long-term effects myself. But you're reading about it, and you're scared, and you're thinking, I got to get off of this because... But then, what are the alternatives? I tried the Remicade. I don't mean to make this about me, but everything that everybody's saying resonates perfectly with me.
Exactly. And it's the emotional toll of the steroids also. I've heard patients say it's like a train coming. They can feel it coming, and then as you all have talked about, the relationships, right? That you're involved with and the impact that has and your concerns about the impact that it's having on those relationships, knowing that it's the drugs. So we must do better for sarcoidosis patients immediately, right? We must be able to have better therapies for sarcoidosis patients that are not causing all of these additional health burdens in this country and worldwide. And again, we're so grateful today for everybody participating in that, because that's what this event is all about today. So thank you.
I agree. Want to go to another caller? Yeah. So we have Chris from Massachusetts, laryngeal sarcoidosis, skin sarcoidosis, and lost your voice for a long time and just got it back. So Chris from Massachusetts, are you there with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, John.
Wow, I hear your voice, but barely.
Thank you for putting this. I'd like to thank you for putting this together.
Sure.
I started, in a nutshell, I have a slightly unusual presentation in that about 30 years ago, I got Lofgren syndrome, which is acute sarcoidosis. And I spent a weekend in the hospital. They're trying to figure out what I had. Drenching sweats, polyarthritis, extreme erythema nodosum, and actually I was diagnosed by my wife, who is a medical doctor. Then it went away, and then it came back. So I now have chronic sarcoidosis. It started in the larynx and in the skin, and it progressively got worse until I lost my voice completely. All I could do was whisper. I was at MGH Voice Center for steroid injections. That worked for about 5 to 7 years. And then it no longer worked, so I lost my voice completely.
And you're an attorney?
I'm a patent attorney, yes.
Wow.
And actually, I started to get the voice impact when I was in law school, because I was one of his PhD researchers, and decided to go into patent law. And when you, in terms of impact, which is what the discussion is about, in terms of laryngeal sarcoidosis and having, I would say, actually quite a severe impact on the skin on the face, you cannot hide it. So that impacts you in terms of job searches. And I had a lot of difficulty finding jobs over the past couple of years when I didn't have a voice. Obviously, companies want people who have a voice, especially for attorneys. And and more recently, I had severe shortness of breath with stridor, which meant that I had to go on to 4 months of prednisone at 40 milligrams. And I can attest to that it is not the best drug, let's put it that way. It's severely impacted my family. My brother has neurosarcoidosis. He had it for nearly 20 years. And as you had mentioned earlier, it took a long time to get it diagnosed. Initially, I think he went to doctors for nearly a year before they diagnosed it correctly. This is a long time ago, so it was maybe the tests are a little bit better these days, but he had a lot of difficulties. He had aphasia, he had difficulty speaking. He had a small stroke from it.
Yeah.
There is one thing, but I know it's a little bit off topic, but one thing I would want to stress is, having worked in biotech myself, nearly all, because sarcoidosis is a rare disease, and that it's very difficult for companies to justify the investment of $1 billion into clinical trials for a rare disease.
Yeah, because the payback isn't there on the back end, right? Like there's not enough of us.
Exactly, and the drugs are therefore necessarily off-label.
Yep.
And
Chris,
I found...
Well, I want to interrupt you there because we've got a couple other people. But listen,
sure.
I'm so thankful to you for calling in, and I'm glad you got your voice back at least a little bit. And I see that Cheryl has something she wants to add, so let's just keep the conversation going. And Chris, thank you so much. Cheryl, what have you got for us?
I just got emotional just hearing his story, because I was in that same predicament when I was in a hospital for 45 days in ICU, and I couldn't walk or talk. And the doctors told me, I had to write them and tell them, would I be able to talk again? And they told me they don't know. So just to hear his story and know that I've been through that, it makes me very emotional, because that's a big impact in your life, to not be able to talk, not be able to walk, and it impacts not only you but your family, your loved ones, just my children, your spouse, your family, just your caregivers. So this, so many people think, oh, you just have sarcoidosis, that's nothing, it's not cancer. No, sarcoidosis can really impact one's life.
Yeah, and we're hearing that over and over. Mary, you want to share a couple more of people who've contacted us on the web?
Absolutely. Leanne from Atlanta says, I'm always exhausted, even when my main lung symptoms are under control via drugs, which they are now. Foot and leg cramps have started again. I have a flare once or twice a year. I have a new symptom, muscle weakness in certain muscles. I ask myself, is it sarcoidosis or something else? That's always a problem, not knowing what a new sarcoidosis symptom is and what might be something new. So as people who are living with sarcoidosis and then they're experiencing something with their bodies, right? Again, it goes back to that anticipation. Is it sarcoidosis in a new organ? Is it something else? How do we navigate that? And then there's one here from Deborah from Bellevue, Washington. My symptoms and condition have worsened since my diagnosis. In the beginning, I had a few plaques on my skin. Now I have some skin that is often like eczema or psoriasis and other areas that become ulcerative and open sores that I have to cover. I also have a lot more skin pain, stinging, burning, deep muscle aches, headaches, and nasal involvement. Again, we're hearing multi-organ involvement.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So I went through this phase, and Deborah, I'm going to ask you to comment on this. I went through this phase where you never knew what was going to hit you next, like the person said. And so I just developed this mantra that it's sarcoidosis until it's not. Right? So it didn't matter if I had a cold. Oh, it must be, something terrible is happening. I'm about to fall off a cliff. Deborah, what do you think of that? Does that ring true to you?
Absolutely, that rings very true to me. As I said earlier, I didn't mention about when my first diagnosis came. I had just recently graduated #1 in my master's degree program. The day of graduation, I knew I was having a difficult time just getting to the stage, but I thought it was the, exertion. Everything is finally over. But as I look back now, I really think that I always had sarcoidosis. I've had vertigo, symptoms of vertigo. I've had sciatic nerve issues. There have been times that I've woke up in the morning and literally could not get out of the bed, no explanation. I've had what they call trigger finger, your hands getting, stuck and, not able to move your limbs. I also, unfortunately, during COVID, I began to lose my vision in both of my eyes. And so I've bone fracture, multiple teeth removed, broken ankle. And so muscle spasm, there are just certain things I can't move a certain way if I'm cooking or attempting to, do just common everyday things. I'm subject to have some type of muscle spasm that I believe is associated with sarcoidosis. And part of the fear of that is when you go to see your PCC and you tell them of new things, or you go to see other specialists and you tell them of new symptoms, of them referring you out, and the reality of it being diagnosed as sarcoidosis, but it's manifesting in another area of your life. And so it has tremendously impacted me. I don't drive. I'm attempting to travel, even with the event that we were about to have. I suddenly, because of the compromised immune system, I got real sick, and I was supposed to participate in the event that Sarcoidosis had originally designed. But every day is like an anticipation of what is going to happen next. And so that is debilitating, but it also, in my case, it ruins your self-esteem.
All right, very good. Mary, do you want to comment?
Yeah, and this connects actually what Deborah said and about that anticipatory grief in some ways. I'm on my third pacemaker defibrillator, and there's times where I'm not feeling well, and I'm like, it can be terrifying, where I know I am not feeling well, and it's nighttime, and I honestly wonder if I'm going to wake up, because I don't know. And living with that is really, really difficult, because you just try to forge ahead and be the best patient. But the idea that you do not know what is around the corner is honestly terrifying. I recently had my medications changed, and now I'm going to go back on prednisone, and it's a horrible, horrible roller coaster, and it's not fun. It's pretty terrifying, actually.
It sounds like it. I want to get to at least one more phone call here, and I want to go to Perry in Salt Lake City. And I've talked to Perry before. He's been on the Sarcoidosis podcast. Perry, are you there in Salt Lake City?
Hi, John. How are you?
Good. Good to talk to you again. How are you feeling these days?
Thanks for asking, John. Well, just a little bit of my heart warmed as I'm hearing each of these folks share. In fact, I just heard Deborah talk about trigger finger, and I thought, wow, I didn't know that was, yes, I got it, and I didn't know. And so my heart's warm, but I'm still, like us all, fighting the battle.
Yeah, and so you've had pulmonary, lymphatic, liver, thyroid, kidney, all of the above, right? How has that changed your life?
Oh, I can't begin to tell you. I mean, I'm a former director of marketing from a home medical company, and so I speak the lingo, which can kind of be a blessing and a curse. A blessing because I knew I needed to get help for all of these symptoms and to get them quick, but a curse because I sound like maybe I'm a web crawler or a Grey's Anatomy or a house guy that can diagnose myself, and so doctors don't listen always, which has not been good, but I've known those symptoms were severe, and it took my extremely active life. I'm a teacher that I moved from that director of marketing side to teaching, and I'm also a travel writer and tour guide in my own spare time, and all of those things. I'm very, very active. I fish, I play pickleball, and I say I do that, but it's been 2 years. I'm doing a tenth of what I had before because of the symptoms, and so that's not mentioning the mental and the emotional things that are happening. And so thanks for asking again. I am. Here's an irony. I'm doing better in my lungs and my lymph nodes, much better. In fact, I had innumerable nodules in my lungs and lymph nodes when they first found, and now those in my last scans have receded to where they're not seeing those. So I don't know if you call it a remission, but that's been very, very good. And yet I'm left with asking the questions of great, kind of like Dr. Meyer talked about earlier. The doctors want to see the functions and see that everything's turning out okay on scans, and patients want to talk about what these wonderful folks that you have in front of me that I'm looking at are talking about, which is I still feel terrible. How come I still have the pain, the weakness, and the fatigue? So it's been an interesting wrangle.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. Appreciate that. Mary, we've got just a couple of minutes left. I know you've got at least one more comment that you want to read, maybe a couple. So you want it from the web.
Thank you. Yes, here's Patricia from Ridgeland, Mississippi. Sarcoidosis has affected me in many ways. As a bench chemist, my brain was my bread and butter. I couldn't afford to make mistakes. I was unable to stand for long periods, and walking was difficult. Like others, the fatigue, loss of cognition, and pain dominated my life. Most importantly, sarcoidosis has delayed family planning. My window for children is closing. And then we have Regina from Fort Wayne, Indiana. I find my joints most bothersome because I can no longer ride my bike or walk long distances like I used to. My joints are constantly swollen, and I cannot take steroids or anything that's related remotely to an NSAID because those can harm my kidneys, where I also have issues. And then I'll read one more. Teresa from Texas. I have extreme scarring that looks to doctors like I have severe cirrhosis of the liver. Because of PET scans, I know my liver and many other organs have sarcoidosis. I am diabetic, so I can't take steroids, and I am allergic to anti-inflammatories.
Inflammatories,
medications.
yeah. That's the worst thing you can have when you've got sarcoidosis is you kind of need those anti-inflammatories.
You
right?
do need
Yeah,
those,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well, Mary, we're just about out of time. What would you like to say to all of our panelists? You're large and in charge here. You're running FSR and doing such a great job. This has been a great discussion.
Listen, the patients are running FSR. Thank you so much. We are so very grateful to you. I know how difficult it can be to share your personal experiences. Thank you so much for coming live today to share your stories with the FDA. Again, so important that the FDA and researchers and others hear this really important information about the lived experience of sarcoidosis, and we can't do this work without you. So our heartfelt thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. You guys really put yourself out there today, and we definitely appreciate it. And I wish we could have gotten to everybody who wrote in or called in. But again, there will be an opportunity for your thoughts to be carried forward with this white paper that we're developing for the FDA. But we're going to end our morning discussion at this point. Again, thanks to everyone. We'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll see you right back here at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. At that point, our afternoon session will be a little bit different. We'll be shifting our focus to your experiences with the current sarcoidosis treatments, and we've heard a little bit about that already. But with the current treatments, when it comes to like, can you participate in a clinical trial or not? Would you like to? Could you make it easier in some way? And then what would you like to see in new therapies? And again, we've been touching on that, but we're going to dive in deeply to that when we come back at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, and we will see you then. Well, good afternoon and welcome back. As a reminder, my name is John Carlin. I'm the host of the FSR Sarc Fighter podcast, and this is an externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting for sarcoidosis. And I am here with the CEO for the Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research, Mary McGowan. Mary, we had a good session this morning.
We had a great session this morning. It was so impactful to hear from the patients and care partners about all the stories and experiences. So thank you again to all of our patients and care partners who participated in that. Far too often, sarcoidosis is dismissed or brushed off due to the myth that its impact on a patient's life is, quote, not that bad. This morning, we heard from you, the members of our community, that sarcoidosis's impact on your lives has, in fact, been significant, mentally draining, and frustrating. We would like to spend this afternoon building on this to discuss current and future treatments. To kick us off, I would like to welcome back Dr. Lisa Meyer to provide an overview of the current status of treatments and management strategies, the need for better designed clinical trials, and the hope for future treatments. As a reminder, Dr. Meyer is a fellowship-trained pulmonologist and researcher who specializes in occupational chronic beryllium disease, sarcoidosis, and other lung diseases. She currently serves as the director of the Division of Environmental and Occupational Health Science Core Clinic Lab and is the chief of the Division of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences in the Department of Medicine at National Jewish Health. Dr. Meyer is an esteemed member of the FSR Scientific Advisory Board and is founding member of the FSR Global Sarcoidosis Clinic Alliance. Welcome back, Dr. Meyer, and over to you.
Well, thank you again for that introduction and allowing me to come back this afternoon and talk about our current treatments, some of the limitations, as well as how we might want to think about future clinical trials. So as many people know, sarcoidosis treatment really relies on a stepwise approach. It's personalized and depends on the disease manifestation and severity. Unfortunately, corticosteroids really remain as a first-line agent, as is shown in the figure on the right, which came out of a large group publication on steroid therapy. We often then move to second-line agents or immunosuppressives, including methotrexate, azathioprine, then onto biologics. This approach is outlined for pulmonary disease, but is similar for other organs. Part of the problem is we really don't know how to treat more mild or poor quality of life disease and have limited approaches for more severe. I've listed the areas where we usually move to treatment pretty quickly: moderate or severe pulmonary, cardiac, neurologic, ocular disease, as well as when patients have severe disabling symptoms. Now, currently, there's a limited understanding of what's the need for treatment or response to treatment. Again, as I mentioned, providers consider organ risk. And for pulmonary studies, we know that most of those so far for clinical trials have focused on lung only and have eliminated people with other organ involvement. Well, as we talked about this morning, that can be a problem since we know that many individuals have more than one organ involved. There was actually a study that looked at what predicted who was treated, and they found that people were more likely to be treated if they had more organs involved. One organ, only 46%, two, 55%, and more than three, 72%. In addition, patients who were Black ancestry, less than 45 years of age, also were more likely to get treatment. And you'll see that on the right-hand side, that we have differences also across our continents. Now, the problem also is that we don't have any markers of response to treatment. And we know because of the multi-organ involvement, as well as the current trial designs that are being used by many individuals, that we're likely to eliminate many patients from participating in studies. The other problems that we have is that Inclusion criteria for clinical trials limit who can be enrolled. Even though many patients want to participate, they may not live close enough, they may not be able to come during working hours to get the drug or the studies, and also our outcomes are a bit of a problem. FVC has been the primary outcome for many pulmonary studies, and it often will miss patients. I want to show you a vignette of 3 different patients that Dr. Marcel Veldkamp from the Netherlands recently published. The first patient was treated in this particular vignette and had marked improvement in both FVC and FEV1 or spirometry with treatment after 6 months. The next patient really had pretty severe lung function abnormalities but didn't improve. This last patient did show some improvement, but only in the diffusion capacity. If these 3 individuals were enrolled in a clinical trial, only one of them would have shown improvement. The other problem that we have is that steroids are really undesirable from a patient and a provider standpoint. There are significant side effects. This has been known for quite some time. Our colleagues in rheumatology published a study back in 1994 showing that serious adverse events, not just from the disease itself, but from treatment, were more likely to happen in the higher dose steroid group. Mark Judson has shown that the higher the dose of steroids, the worse health-related quality of life. And that wasn't because sicker people were being treated. There have been studies showing steroids in general can increase cardiovascular risk and death, and that is dose-dependent. Finally, a study from the Netherlands again showed that lung function parameters, this forced vital capacity, didn't correlate very well with the corticosteroid dose, yet weight gain did. So side effects were more correlated with steroids than improved benefit for patients with sarcoidosis. The other problem that we have is that providers and patients' needs and goals of treatment are not always aligned, and we really have an opportunity to work on that here. As I mentioned, most providers are focused on reversing or preventing irreversible organ damage. They may use functional parameters such as lung function, heart failure, echocardiogram, as well as patient symptoms. Most of us don't use one clinical piece of information and usually use a combination as well as try to integrate patient symptoms into our assessment of whether patients need treatment and or respond to it. But the interesting thing is if you look at a study that was done a few years ago now, where 1 is most likely to be highest priority for a patient and 3 was the lowest, for patients, things that doctors often use, like pulmonary function testing, blood tests, adverse events, were lower on their need or what they wanted for an outcome from treatment, where quality of life, functionality, and survival were higher. We've had some problems with clinical trials in sarcoidosis, and there have been a number of publications that have made us think that we might need to reconsider study design as well as really listen and think about the limitations. I just mentioned to you that patients want to participate in trials, that they want to include symptoms and other endpoints like fatigue and quality of life. That's not where the current clinical trials have been focused. We also do as a community want to include trials so that we can be the most inclusive, that we can have patients who are underrepresented minorities, where we have equal gender representation, and are considering other disparities. Oftentimes, clinical trials aren't able to be inclusive, and we may miss some of the sickest patients, as they may not be able to travel or may not be able to afford to be in part of a clinical trial or even know about it. The clinical trials themselves have limitations. Some have had very slow recruitment and have been unable to complete enrollment. This is costly for the community and can turn industries off to participating in trials in sarcoidosis. We just talked about the inclusivity. And then if we limit inclusion of patients, they may not be generalizable to up to 50% of our patients. For example, those who have multiple organs involved, as that's often an exclusion. We need to think about critical endpoints. Sarcoidosis is not IPF. We talked about how forced vital capacity already in this talk, in the previous talk that I gave, are not a good endpoint for many individuals with pulmonary disease. But we really might need to think about multi-pronged outcomes. This maybe could support multi-organ enrollment. We know the FDA allows some of these, and it's an opportunity for us to work with them to get guidance and to consider other unique trial and analytical approaches. So what are some of our next steps to consider for clinical trial endpoints? Well, some have been to consider core outcome sets or even combined clinical outcomes. Dr. Veldkamp, in that same study I just showed you with the 3 individuals with their CT scans, modified something that has been talked about in other interstitial lung diseases. He said we need to consider how patients feel using surveys and symptoms, how they're doing in their daily life, how they function, if they can exercise, if their lung function is okay, and maybe inflammation or maybe another biomarker. This is somewhat similar to the feels, functions, and survive that has been proposed by the interstitial lung disease community. The Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research worked with a number of investigators and came up with some clinical outcomes and used a task force of patients and providers. And they defined 5 areas and 15 components. The areas included this function, physiologic, clinical, treatment, how people feel, resource use, quality of life, and death. Again, others have proposed similar multi-pronged approaches with biomarkers or other blood tests to be included in a combined or composite outcome. Just briefly, I think there are opportunities for us to look at some of the studies that have been done in investigator-initiated spaces. For example, this JAK inhibitor, tofacitinib, where they were looking at skin and found in 10 individuals that they had complete response in 6, partial response in 4, or reduced therapy. They also found improvement in lung disease, as shown in these PET scans. And interestingly, there's good data to suggest that maybe we could be treating more than one organ, as there are similar molecular pathways that they found both in skin and lung. Other clinical trials had used nicotine and looked, for example, at fatigue assessment and found a marked improvement. That's incredibly important to our patients. Atyre was the first drug that started its trial in sarcoidosis. They looked at things like fatigue, also looked at lung function, but other symptoms like cough and shortness of breath. As most of you know, they just finished their 2nd trial, and hopefully we'll hear how that study went. So I think we have some opportunities to improve sarcoidosis treatment with ongoing trials. If we could think about combined outcomes, multi-organ approaches, maybe how people feel, function, and biomarkers. These are already considered in asthma, rheumatology, and other diseases, and they may allow for more efficient enrollment, less costly trials, and provide data that's more applicable to a larger part of our patient outcomes. Again, we want equitable access and inclusion criteria for all of our patients because we really want to be able to provide better recommendations for treatment and treatment options for everybody. Diverse enrollment, again, more efficient enrollment, and hopefully this will help us support treatment of more severe disease. And I think we have an opportunity to revisit our therapeutic trials so that they are more generalizable, are using novel statistical approaches and or methods, and that we're including patient-reported outcomes such as cough, fatigue, quality of life, as well as potential others like biomarkers. With that, I'd like to thank you and turn this back to the studio.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Meyer, for that wonderful overview of kind of, Mary, where we are in the battle right now in terms of finding a cure, that what the patients face and what the clinicians face, the providers face. Everybody's not even working from the same playbook right now, it seems like.
Correct.
If I might just use a general sports analogy, and she outlined it so well. So
She did. Thank you so
yeah,
much,
yeah,
Dr. Meyer.
That was really, really good. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. And so now what will happen is in the discussions that follow, we want to provide extensive opportunities from you in the audience to share your experiences, to talk about the current treatments that you are facing, the challenges that you face with your current therapies, which means medicines, and also the side effects, as well as considerations if you look down the road for future clinical trials and new therapies. Maybe you want to participate in a clinical trial, but there's something that's keeping you from doing that. And so we've got some questions that we'll be posing to you during this discussion. We'd like to show you those questions right now. The first one is what are you currently doing to manage sarcoidosis? So are you taking prednisone? Are you taking Remicade? Are you taking something else? Has your treatment regimen changed? And if it changed, why did it change? Was it ineffective? Was it the side effects? That sort of thing. What are the biggest challenges with current therapies? What side effects do you wish you didn't have to deal with? And do you fear that stopping or changing medicines could induce a flare? Also, what concerns do you have about a clinical trial? Would you want to do it? Would you not want to do it? If you wouldn't want to do it, what would be the problems? What would make you more likely to participate in a clinical trial? And short of a cure, which may be down the road a bit, what would you like to see in future sarcoidosis treatments? So you can't have the be-all and end-all in a cure, but what would you consider to be progress? What would be helpful for you? Those are the questions that we want people, Mary, to keep in mind as we move forward.
These are such important questions, John. Thank you so much for proposing them to the community, and we appreciate everybody thinking about those. To get us thinking about these topics, we have a few guests who will share some of their experiences and reflections. We would like to welcome Kristen, Mary, and Craig to share their stories. Kristen, why don't you get us started?
Hello, my name is Kristen Vargas, and I'm a sarcoidosis warrior since 2022. I'm single. I live with my caregiver, my mom, who moved from Arkansas to Illinois to support me while I navigate my sarcoidosis journey. Despite my condition, I continue my career as a retail healthcare professional. But my greatest joy is being an aunt to my 4-year-old niece and 1-year-old nephew. Today, I want to highlight the urgent need for alternative treatments to sarcoidosis, especially for those of us who don't have pulmonary sarcoidosis. My sarcoidosis impacts my brain and spinal cord, leading to severe balance issues and vision problems, especially when prednisone treatment is tapered down. The fatigue I experience is extreme, but the biggest freedom that sarcoidosis has robbed me of is my mobility. I require the use of a walker for everyday movement and use a walking bike as an alternative to a wheelchair for more demanding mobility activities like shopping excursions, travel, and sometimes work. Living with sarcoidosis can be a roller coaster, and prednisone is a wild twist and turn. While the treatment reduces inflammation and gives me a temporary energy boost, the side effects are daunting. Prednisone has led to other health conditions that require additional medication and monitoring. I struggle with weight gain, steroid-induced diabetes, and a recent compression fracture now raises concerns for bone density loss and the possible early onset of osteoporosis. The impact of sarcoidosis and prednisone has made maintaining an active lifestyle incredibly difficult. As my prednisone doses decrease, my inflammation increases, making everyday tasks such as cooking, working, and even bathing challenging. Sarcoidosis fatigue is a constant exhaustion that is difficult to explain to family, friends, and medical professionals. This is more than just tiring out after a day's work. It is a persistent, draining exhaustion. Planning my week carefully is essential. Without it, I struggle to manage energy for daily activities. However, planning is not foolproof. Often I must cancel social events or rely on my mom for everyday tasks. Beside the fatigue, The impact of inflammation to my brain and spinal cord impacts my ability to drive, often for several months at a time, while my doctors and I try to choose the best medication balance. Currently, we are striving for a stable medication regimen to reduce inflammation and improve my balance and coordination. But in the long term, I hope for treatments that address these issues more effectively and without the need for prednisone. I have been determined to find a way to manage my symptoms without relying on steroids. Unfortunately, my neurologist and I agree that for now, being completely free of steroids is not the best decision for me due to the flares that occur as I try to reduce dosage of the drug. One of the biggest challenges is identifying the cause of my symptoms during these flares. It is hard to tell if my fatigue, vision decline, and mobility issues are due to reduced cortisol, increased inflammation, or both. This uncertainty is made worse by the need for quarterly MRIs to monitor my inflammation, which are expensive and mentally and physically taxing. I have learned to cope with these gruesome tests through listening to jazz music and practicing mindful breathing, but I know I am one of the lucky ones. MRIs can bring intense anxiety and fear to some patients. The complications of steroid inflammation has also brought along a diagnosis of hydrocephalus, requiring the placement of a VP shunt in 2023. While the shunt has improved aspects of my quality of life, I am required to have the programmable valve settings reset after each MRI, often on the same day, or risk the fate of hydrocephalus symptoms returning, the worst being loss of balance, coordination, speech, and memory. Earlier this year, a change in my MRI schedule made it impossible for me to have my reset complete on the same day as my MRI. Within 24 hours, I was in the hospital via the ER with memory loss, immobility, and difficulty with speech due to the buildup of fluid in my brain. As a result of my experience, the hospital has changed protocol to ensure that shunt patients' MRIs are complete by noon to allow sufficient time for reset. Given these challenges, it is crucial to address the broader issues in the sarcoidosis community. There are 3 important things I would like for you to remember. 1, we need more research, resources, and treatments beyond pulmonary sarcoidosis. 2, the importance of opening clinical trials to more patients with varying levels of symptoms and sarcoidosis impacts. Currently, there are no trials for patients like me because the focus is only for pulmonary patients. 3, remember my story and recognize there are sarcoidosis patients like me who are ready and hopeful for better treatments that address imbalance, limited mobility, poor vision, and extreme fatigue. As I navigate this roller coaster disease called sarcoidosis, I want a treatment that doesn't cause so many comorbidities, keeps me stable, and consistently improves my quality of life while we work toward a cure. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Mary Oldham, and I was diagnosed with sarcoidosis of the bone with lung involvement over 7 years ago. I'm here to share my sarcoidosis story, the patient advocacy networks I joined via FSR, impressions of my clinical trial, and the challenges and barriers of clinical trials from a patient's perspective. Thanks to FSR, I learned more about the disease, joined their patient registry, found and joined various patient support groups, and found a clinical trial located near me. I joined the Women of Color Patient Advisory Committee and helped create the Ignore No More campaign that connected me with African American women from across the U.S. who have sarcoidosis and our shared experience with the challenges of this disease, drug protocols, and how we can help the African American community and the broader community learn about this disease, what barriers to care exist, share info, and get perspectives on clinical trials. We broadened our involvement with the Act Now Advanced Clinical Trials for Equity in Sarcoidosis Patient Advisory Committee. That committee created an IRB-approved survey, followed by a white paper on clinical trial diversity at FSR's congressional briefing in Washington, D.C. So why join a clinical trial? I joined a clinical trial because, at the time, none of the drug protocols I had been given were 100% effective. My hands and feet were still swollen and sore, and I had experienced side effects with some medications. The cost-to-benefit ratio just wasn't great for me. I don't blame my doctors or my health plan. They followed the standard procedures for treating this disease. But the reality is, there is no cure right now. Sometimes it felt like doctors were just going down a checklist of drug protocols, trying one after the other. Now, I had my reservations about joining a trial. First, I had to start with a low-dose prednisone, which I wasn't thrilled about. Second, the trial required at-home injections, not something I was excited about either. And because it was a double-blind, single-site trial, there was a chance I could receive the placebo. Would my sarcoid get worse? That was a big concern. But I looked at everything and decided to go for it. The clinical trial drug was a well-established drug used for rheumatoid arthritis, and I was curious. I have a minor in biochemistry, so historically I have a great respect for science. This drug wasn't even available through my medical plan, which made me even more interested. And I have to say, I am so glad I did it. I was monitored frequently, much more than I would have been with my usual treatment plan, and that really helped ease my fears. The trial helped me break away from the standard protocols and led to a new treatment plan. My study doctor and rheumatologist worked together to find something that has actually given me some improvement, and they continue to collaborate to this day. We need more sarcoidosis patients, particularly African Americans, to join clinical trials. This is how we'll make progress toward finding a cure. Now let's talk about access. How do you even find out about clinical trials? I found mine through the FSR website. But why didn't my HMO tell me about it? It's 2024. We have the technology. Sarcoidosis patients are receiving regular treatment from their doctors. So why aren't those doctors telling them about trials? Doctors, pharmacy, and medical staff are the first people we trust when it comes to our health. So they should be the ones sharing this information. But honestly, in my experience, the only time I usually hear about clinical trials, it's when it's a life or death situation. Another problem is many sarcoid patients have multi-organ sarcoidosis, but trials don't necessarily address that. That needs to change. And then there's the fact that African Americans have a higher incidence of sarcoidosis than the general population, yet we're still woefully uninformed. Now let's talk about accessibility. I had to allow at least 3 hours for my appointments, driving to the medical facility, checking in with the study doctor, and getting various lab tests. And those appointments, they were usually around the start of the workday. Now, I'm retired, so it didn't affect me as much. But if I had still been working, that would have been a major issue. So here's my question. Could trials offer evening or weekend appointments? Could participants be compensated for more than just transportation costs? What if you need childcare while you're at these appointments? Maybe some lab tests could be done at home or closer to where people live or work. And another thing, my IRB, the consent document, was 27 pages long. Now, I could tell they spent time putting it in layman's terms, but wouldn't including a simple summary sheet with the key details have been helpful? Most of us have medical apps on our phones these days to manage our care. So why not create a clinical trial app to keep us updated on appointments, lab results, and other important information? If we can improve access and make these trials more participant-friendly, we'll get more people involved. And that's how we'll find better treatments and ultimately a cure. Let's make sure we move in that direction together. Thank you.
My name is Craig Lipset, and I live just outside of New York City. I'm a drug developer with 2 decades in pharmaceutical clinical trials. I'm a father of 2, so I have a second job, keeping up with where my family needs me, and I'm a person with pulmonary sarcoidosis, where I battle both the reality and the fears of that condition every day. Sarcoidosis for me is a story of shortness of breath, whether at home or at work, This is both the reality of being breathless climbing a staircase and the fear of knowing that there's a staircase ahead. My sarcoidosis is also a story about lung infections. As a person with residual lung damage from scarring, I can't clear infections very well. So that means annual lung infections, some of which I can clear missing a week of work with a round of antibiotics, and some needing more time than that, and maybe IV antibiotics, and maybe time as an inpatient. In between lung infections, it means my doing whatever is necessary to avoid exposure. There are 3 messages that I'd like to share here today. First, please choose endpoints that matter. My lung imaging doesn't look like me. Every new doctor I see squints to try and see through the noise on my chest x-ray, but then they do a double take when they listen to my usually crystal clear lung sounds. And my pulmonary function test is hit or miss. Because of that baseline residual damage, those results can fluctuate quite a bit. But my x-ray, the lung sounds, the PFTs, none of that are a measure of how I actually feel. The best measure of how I feel is defined by a flight of stairs. So what does that look like in the real world? It's about planning to avoid being breathless or the fear of being left out of air. At home, I plan my day. Because my home has 2 floors, that means I'm separating out second floor from first floor activities to avoid making extra trips up and down the stairs. When I'm in the city, it means I'm avoiding subways and planning around that because I know at the end of a subway line, there will be a flight of stairs back up to the exit, and I will be left feeling breathless and feeling vulnerable on the city streets. And I plan my time at work if I'm approaching a staircase while in conversation with others, because I know if I try to keep a conversation going while walking up the stairs, I will run out of air. So usually I'll say that I hurt my knee over the weekend, let's take the elevator, or maybe I'll strategically ask a question at the bottom of the stairs so the other person is doing all the talking as we walk up together. Halfway up the stairs, I'll probably pause to check my phone, and that's usually cover for catching my breath. And while I could get into the whole story of sarcoidosis, that's not really how I want to spend time at work, distracting from a business interaction. And when I'm not facing a staircase, then it's the sense of fear about the road ahead. So even if I'm taking a walk on a trail with family, knowing that any step going downhill is going to mean a step coming back uphill on the return, that turns joy into dread. And so the first takeaway, choose endpoints that actually matter to patients based on the symptoms and outcomes that matter to patients. Second, please help make research accessible for me, because I need to be able to access eligibility. I need treatment options that consider not only active disease, but residual scarring. And I know there's great things happening to address fibrosis and other systems, but I also need physical access to be able to participate. I've been invited into research studies where I was expected to travel 3 hours round trip just for regular blood draws. How many blood draw centers would I pass on a commute like that? And I need access to studies that do not require steroids. I will not participate in research that requires me to take prednisone, either for eligibility or as a concomitant therapy. Steroids to me represent failure because of their impact on my quality of life, my weight, my mood, my irritability, none of which is fair either to me or more so to my family. So my second takeaway, I want to participate in research, but I need research to be made accessible. Finally, please help advocate for me to be able to access my data. I fetch my records after every visit, whether medical records from portals, medical images, PFTs, anything. And I self-track my data as well, activity, sleep, and more. I use tools and apps that help me find insights in that data and help me to predict if today's going to be a good day or a bad one. And I'm confident that managing my health data has been among the most important steps I've taken to put me in control of my disease. If you want me to participate in research, I need to expect my study data comes back to me and can benefit me. With access and control over my health data, I'm happy to share that data to benefit research, whether registries or other important studies. And so my final takeaway, I need access to my data, including research data, coming back. Thank you for addressing research needs in sarcoidosis and for hearing my calls to action. Choose endpoints that matter by talking to patients like me. help me to access research with more flexible locations, research for those with baseline scarring and residual disease, and research without an expectation of steroid use, and advocate for me to have access to my data with transparency so that I can learn and share for research. I appreciate your helping me to reach my next goal, to face and ascend my next staircase without fear. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Craig, for sharing your story and for talking. Mary, I thought he makes a good point, using metaphorically that staircase that he was sitting on and how that's just a day, it represents a daily challenge for Craig.
Absolutely. And I love the part about where he was sharing how he would use his cell phone for a break and some of these things that he's learned over time, right, to help himself get up these stairs when he's experiencing challenges breathing.
Yeah, yes. And he wants nothing to do with prednisone, which doesn't surprise any of us. So, Craig, thank you again, and thank you to everybody for sharing your stories. So we want to move on now. We want to talk a little bit about, we're going to continue to talk about the gaps that still exist in our treatment and the hope for the future in terms of treatments and therapies. And right now we want to expand on that discussion. We want to hear from all of you, the people who are living with sarcoidosis, and of course your loved ones, your caregivers. So if you want to share your experiences, we've got a phone number for you. Great opportunity to submit your comments in the form under the live stream player, and Mary will be reading some of those in our next session. And then you can also call in. We'll get to as many callers as we can, but dial this phone number, 1-703-844-3231. That's 1-703-844-3231. When you call that number, our operator here at the studio and also Tim on the FSR team will take that call together. They'll talk to you. They'll find out a little bit of what was going on with you, and then we will put you on standby in the queue so that when we are ready to take some phone calls, we'll do that. And we'll do our best to get you on the program. If you don't make it on the air, remember that your comments and feedback will be gathered and included in a white paper that we're creating. It's called the Voice of the Patient Report, and the comment period will be open for the next 30 days, roundabout until Thanksgiving. That's 30 days from now, from the time we're recording. So maybe you're watching this after the day of the recording and you want to know, well, do I still have time? So you have until about Thanksgiving 2024 if you want to get that done. All right. So Mary, I want to pass it back over to you. We're going to share a little bit of information that we learned from the community. And this is a survey that we did pre-event, right, where we asked people ahead of time so we could kind of get a feel for where people were about their experiences with medications and therapies. So Mary, let's take a look at those graphics.
Great, thank you, John. Let's go through some of that data. So here we have this, looking at this slide, only 36% of respondents to our survey felt like their current therapies fully relieved their symptoms. Furthermore, 56% of our respondents noted that the sarcoidosis treatments have caused permanent side effects or other chronic illnesses. In fact, one of the respondents from North Carolina shared that, quote, prednisone caused many problems, including a multitude of spontaneous fractures. Methotrexate caused my liver to decompensate, and I required hospital care, including a liver biopsy. It took many months to get the symptoms under control. And 87% of respondents named steroids as the cause of side effects and additional health issues. We heard a lot of that today, John.
Sure did.
Another respondent said, quote, thank you for developing other options than prednisone and methotrexate. Very thankful for them, but ugh, the side effects over the years. I would like to read a few more comments now that we have been receiving from you all. One respondent says, I would like to see more comprehensive all-in-one treatments. Right now, I am going to several doctors in order to deal with my sarcoidosis. Another person shared, I do believe that sarcoidosis is poorly understood and therapies do not address the root cause. So more research is needed to identify root causes of sarcoidosis. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, John. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mary. So we're going to get to some polling now. All right, so we want people to participate here with us, and I want to thank you, of course, for sharing the information. But now we want to get some live information, and so as a reminder, please open up a new window on your computer, or you can pick up your mobile device or maybe your iPad or whatever, and go to this www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. That's www.pollev.com/FSR-PFDD. Remember, the polling today is limited to the people who are living with sarcoidosis and their loved ones, their caregivers only. And so keep this website open throughout today's event. Anytime we go to a new question, it will appear on that page if you'd like to respond. And all you need to do is click on the responses that apply to you, and they will automatically be submitted. So here's the first question. What best describes you or your loved one's sarcoidosis? Active, in remission or controlled, experiencing symptoms, anticipating my next flare, or you're not well controlled by medication. And Mary, this remission versus controlled thing, I've talked to a couple of physicians about that, the option B here. You're in remission if you have no symptoms and you're not taking any medication, right? I would consider myself, for instance, controlled because I don't have any ongoing symptoms, but I take medication every day.
Right.
So that makes me a controlled person, not a remission person.
Right, and it's important to understand that.
Yeah, and I don't know that everybody understands that.
Correct,
So.
that's a good point. Thank you for raising that.
Yep. We've got a lot of active people, people with active sarcoidosis. And we still see that our graphs are changing, so that means the answers are still coming in. What do you think? Not well controlled by medication, 8%, 7%? I'm glad that's such a low number. Anticipating my next flare, man, if you had told me that was everybody, it wouldn't have surprised me.
Correct.
Right? People having symptoms, but active is the biggest one by far. Everything else is sort of an also ran here. All right. So do we have another polling question here? I believe we do. Yeah, what specific activities do you or your loved ones struggle with or are unable to do because of sarcoidosis? Now, we want you to only select the top 3 here. Go to school or work, daily hygiene, being intimate with a spouse or partner, driving a motor vehicle, participating in sports or social activities, performing household chores, taking care of children or others, or other. And I don't know how you're going to pick 3, people, but do your best. Mary, these are things we hear, all of these, A through H, are things we hear about all the time, right?
We do all the time. We heard a lot of it again today with the patients, both what we've seen on the cameras as well as in the many comments that we've been receiving throughout the day.
Yeah. So we're still getting some updates here. I'm real curious to see sports and social activities. Now, I'm going to riff on that for a minute if I could, because, and I'm basing this on the people who talk to me on the FSR Sarcfighter podcast. I am amazed at the number of people who were some kind of active, between highly active and downright athletic, who have been sidelined by sarcoidosis. Yep. And I put it out there that I used to be a marathon runner and that I am currently a cyclist, and I blog about it a lot on my personal blog. And people, I don't know if it's because people have found me or if because there are that many people who were super active and for some reason sarcoidosis found them. And I don't know if that's correlation or causation. Probably correlation at this point. But I would like someone to do a study on that. I'm just throwing that out there.
I think that's a good idea. I do think a study needs to be done on that. We have a lot of very active people, bicyclists as an example, runners who have sarcoidosis in our community. So absolutely, I think a study would be very valuable.
Right. And of course, we're lumping social activities in with sports. So the fact that we're seeing so many people registering here under E could be social activities because they can't go out with their friends, they can't go out with their families. And we've already heard some of that testimony today from the folks who have called in. So it could be sports or social activities. Maybe next time we'll break that out. What do you think? Yeah. Do we have one more poll question here? Yeah, I think we do. Right. On a scale of 1 to 3, how do you or your loved one's sarcoidosis symptoms impact you or them on your or their best days? Minimal to none, somewhat, or severely? Boom. No one's saying minimal. Okay, a little bit of activity there.
And again, this is their best days.
Right, that's right. Right. So the day you're feeling your best, how much is sarcoidosis impacting you? Look at those lines jumping on. You know, we would have a great audience here today because the fact that every time that line bumps, that means that more people are voting. So,
Correct.
yeah. So if anybody at the FDA thinks that the sarcoidosis community isn't paying attention to this,
We are definitely
we are definitely
very
paying attention,
engaged,
right?
and very much.
Engaged audience.
Yes.
Right, here on a Monday afternoon, here on the East Coast and in Virginia, it's a beautiful day on top of all of that. So, all right, well, it looks like that's pretty much so, somewhat. I guess the way that question is phrased, that it would automatically default to somewhat, but 20% are saying severely, so that's
It's quite a bit,
That is quite a bit.
actually.
Yeah.
25, it just jumped up. It's now 25%.
okay. There you go. All right, and do we have a fourth question here? Yeah, so that's all right. That's our poll. Okay, so but I think that gives us a good look at who the audience is right now and what's going on with the folks. And so, minimal to none, then somewhat, and severely, and somewhat is at 62%. So I guess that's most people of how you or your loved one's sarcoidosis impact you on your best day.
Yeah.
On your very, very best day. So again, keep the website up throughout the day's event, and whenever we go to a new question, that will be what happens. So thank you to everyone who participated in the polling. Once again, I want to ask you to call in because we encourage you to call in, share your experiences by dialing 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231, and you can also submit your comments in the form just below the player for up to 30 days after this meeting. So, let's see. Do we want to move over to our panel? I think we do. Let's welcome in our group here today while we wait for some folks to join us on the phone as well. But we have on the panel today, and welcome everybody, Gary, Kathleen, Erica, and welcome back Catherine as well. So good to have you all here today. All right.
Good to be here.
Yeah, so why don't we do
Thank
this? Yeah, everybody, Erica, we'll start with you because you're on my upper left. If you would just tell us where you're living and maybe give us one sentence about how sarcoidosis, whether it's, let's talk about your organ involvement. Where do you have sarcoidosis? How about we start with that?
Okay, I'm Erica, and I'm a Chicagoan in Houston. And sarcoidosis has affected my lungs. I have oral sarcoidosis and I have laryngeal sarcoidosis. So what it has done is I used to be a real go-getter at 100 miles an hour. And I think sarcoidosis has slowed me down to about 25 on a good day. So that's where I'm at with my sarcoidosis.
Okay, thank you. Gary, where are you today?
Currently, I'm in Nashville, but I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. For me, sarcoidosis is in the lungs, lymph nodes, skin, bones, eyes, and possibly the brain. I haven't had a biopsy of the brain, but losing hearing, it's de facto saying I also have neuro.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Gary. Kathleen, how about you?
Hi, my name is Kathleen. I'm from Long Island, New York. I have sarcoidosis in my lungs, my heart, all my joints, neurologically, GI, and I've just been diagnosed with oral sarcoidosis.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Kathleen. And Catherine, how are you today?
Good. How are you? Thank you.
Good. Hope you're feeling well.
Thank you. So I'm Catherine. I'm here in Denver, Colorado, and I have sarcoidosis in my lungs, on my skin, and in my eyes.
All right, very good. So, Erica, I want to go back to you. We're talking about medications primarily this afternoon. Could you just detail the medications that either you are on or have taken?
I am on azathioprine. This is a wonder drug because I couldn't take methotrexate and I really needed to come off of prednisone when I first started taking a medication. So azathioprine has me controlled. As we're talking about these different terms, I'm in a controlled state, but it doesn't actually help with the debilitating fatigue I feel probably at least 3 times a week. So that's where I'm at. And I've made some lifestyle choices to try to avoid inflammation, but it's not a perfect science.
What would be a lifestyle choice? The way you eat, for instance?
Yes, I had to radically change my diet because flaming hot Cheetos is kind of not on the spectrum for somebody who has sarcoidosis. I'm a big cheeseburger fan, so I had to cut back. I had to cut back on a lot of things that was just kind of setting me up for a flare. And we all know that even though you're on medication, if you have a flare while you're on medication, I think they call it a super flare, that thing can take you down for about 3 days. So I had to cut back on alcohol. I had to cut back on sugar. I'm good for a sweet potato pie, but I'm not making them like I used to. So there was a lot of things I really had to kind of have a come to Jesus moment about, do I want to just survive with sarcoidosis or do I want to kind of thrive with sarcoidosis? So I had to make those changes.
Okay, very good. Gary, what medications are you on or have you been on that are of note to our audience today?
I'm currently on infliximab. It's a Remicade infusion, and I'm on leflunomide every day. It's loosely controlled. I've had to change my frequency for the infusion. It used to be every 8 weeks. We've had to move it up to every 6 weeks. I've been on methotrexate, which was fantastic for my lungs, but left me vulnerable in the bones. So that's why I switched to Humira, which was completely ineffective. And now I have this cocktail that kind of works, but it's not 100% controlled. Prednisone was a complete failure for me. Gained quite a bit of weight. I now have diabetes and hypertension on top of sarcoidosis. So a drug that actually covers everything would be fantastic and would prevent at least 2 of my specialists arguing, because one specialist wants me off of infusion. The other specialist says I can remain on it for 20 years. So if I could find a drug that covers me and covers all of these different things and keeps me controlled, it would be my best dream.
All right, very good. Kathleen, have you ever taken prednisone?
Oh, yes, very much so, unfortunately. I go on and off of it. I have a handful of medications, both morning and night, with some supplements. The prednisone, though, I find that I have a lot of mood swings. And it seems like it's more anger, and it's mainly towards your family. So you're very short with them. I can actually see myself getting angry at them before it actually hits, and I can't stop it. Yeah, I also have insomnia, and that won't help either. You know, when you're not sleeping and you're taking this prednisone, it's horrible.
Yeah, okay. And what are you taking right now? Are you on prednisone or something else?
No, actually, I'm on a good, semi-good one. So amitriptyline, Inderal for my heart, cardia, arnica, which helps relieve the inflammation. I do medical marijuana at night, vitamin C, folate, release, Nucenter, Trumixa, triminolone paste for my oral, Brio, and Prilosec 40. And the newest one, which I will start tomorrow, is sirolimus.
I'm glad you had a list handy because you never would have remembered all that.
Yeah, I put it in my phone and it's under ice. This way, if I'm ever in an accident and I'm conscious, they know what I'm taking.
All right. And then Catherine, we'll get to a caller right after you, but I want to hear where you stand with your medications right now.
Yeah, so so far I'm on prednisone and I was on methotrexate, it didn't work. Humira has actually been most beneficial, and had another one, but it caused cataracts. I can't remember. I'll write that down and then share that with you guys shortly. But right now that's my list, in addition to a whole lot of other medications that I use for pain management, inflammation, and a couple of other things.
Yeah, and we're not even talking about our therapists yet, are we?
Not yet.
No, right?
Not yet.
Right. Yeah, me too. Okay. Mary, do you want to read a comment from the internet and then we'll go to a phone call?
I'd be happy to, and thank you again to the community for completing your comments and your brief stories. Online, thank you so much. I'll read two. These are both from Vermont. So Chris from Vermont says, I have sarcoidosis in my lungs, lymph nodes, and heart. I currently take prednisone and hydrochloroquine daily. I tried methotrexate, but hated the side effects. I can no longer fly as a pilot due to my automated defibrillator implant for my heart. I was a 9/11 first responder, which is suspected as the source for my sarcoid. A treatment to reduce lung granulomas and inflammation without adverse side effects would be fantastic. The second comment from Vermont comes from Fawn. I am a 43-year-old woman with multi-organ sarcoidosis and have tried multiple treatments over the last 2 years, from steroids, Humira, methotrexate, and have also developed antibodies from treatments. Unfortunately, the sarcoid continues to spread and treatments are not working. My lungs, liver, and spleen are the worst out of all of my organs.
That's a lot.
That's a lot with the multi-organ involvement, these drugs that are not working for them or causing other side effects for them. This has been a story we've been hearing consistently today. And this is, again, why we're here. We need better therapies for sarcoidosis patients.
Got to have it. All right, so we're going to go to some polling questions shortly, but I do, Jonette, who goes by Jo in Charlotte, North Carolina, has been so patient. She tried to get on in the morning session and it timed out. So, Jo, first of all, thank you so much for calling. You're a patient and you're doing a steroid inhaler every day. And you're doing physical therapy and some other things. Tell us about what you're doing to fight back against sarcoidosis and how well it is or isn't working.
Well, first I was diagnosed in '92 and was on prednisone for 11 years straight. And then I've been off and on steroid inhalers. So I've been on some type of steroid since 1992. But the physical therapy helps with the pain that comes from the deterioration of my bones, actually, which came from the prednisone. I'm on self-stepped as well. I just had major back surgery because I had osteopenia, and we wanted to fix the disc and the nerve and the bone on the nerve and all of that. Before it gets too late, because I'm 57. But I do attack it with my eyes, the steroid drops, with my lung, of course, the inhalers, the neuro with the gabapentin, which you have to watch because I have third-stage kidney disease, and second-stage liver disease, which actually got better. But I was in the hospital for 60 days this year. Actually 65, including this last surgery. And it was the major, I guess, the super flare that we hear of, where you had pneumonia, kidney infection, liver infection. And so working with the doctors and having a psychiatrist and psychologist is key. I think everyone should have one, or some type of support group, which I'm vice president of ours, which is Sarcoidosis of North Carolina.
Thank you for that.
So, and keeping our doctors in concert.
Yeah. You have got a lot, Jo, going on with you, and thank you so much for your call. We want to go to a polling question now, and Mary, you've got some information there that we want to look at, and we want to see you at home where you are. And I'm waiting for that to come up on the screen so I can read it to you. Boom, there it is. What treatments or devices have you or your loved one used for sarcoidosis? And we want you to select all that apply. Steroids, immunosuppressants, biologics, TNF or alpha inhibitors, antibiotics, JAK inhibitors, vitamin supplements, defibrillator, pacemaker, IVIG, or other. And I am really interested to see, after steroids, where everybody else is. So the immunosuppressants, we talk about all the side effects from steroids, but immunosuppressants, can you imagine all of us going through COVID and we're all taking these immunosuppressants?
I know, isn't that something
Right? That's
else?
like,
Yeah.
let's walk out into this world where, healthy people are getting sick, and let's knock your immune system back 3 steps and have you go out into the world.
Exactly.
Crazy,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting here, the vitamin supplements. Quite a bit of activity there as well, John, the community.
I'm curious if people, my approach initially when I was diagnosed and during the times that I was the sickest and feeling the symptoms the most, if you'd have told me, John, you can never eat anything in the world again except for spinach, I'd have been fine. If I said, if that will fix it, I'll do it. I would, whatever it was. Or if you told me, if I take vitamin D or if I take, whatever vitamin, if you'd have told me just do that, I would have done anything. I would have done anything not to have to take the prednisone and to just live a quote unquote better life, a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah.
I would have done it. And I wonder if that's why we're seeing so many people under H for vitamin supplements. Because I know that I started really reconsidering my diet. Every doctor I talked to said diet doesn't matter. I didn't believe any of them. I still don't believe any of them. I just think that's not the way doctors think. Yeah. That's me putting myself out there right now. So.
Well, those of us with osteoporosis,
okay.
We hear from the doctors a lot about spinach.
You do?
At least my doctor said, eat spinach, eat as much spinach as you can, really, because it does help with osteoporosis. So and the vitamin D too.
Yeah. At one point, I was growing wheatgrass in my garage. And putting it in smoothies and that kind of stuff. Do we have another poll? Yeah, we do. Let's take a look at that. What have been the most challenging side effects of you or your loved one's current treatments? Weight gain, insomnia, incontinence, damage to another organ, irritability, mobility challenges, or none of the above? Interesting. Weight gain for sure, because if you're on prednisone, forget about it. Insomnia, for sure. Incontinence, we've had a lot of people talking about damage to other organs. Yep. Irritability, for sure. Mobility challenges. How many people have we seen who are in casts or walkers or wheelchairs or that kind of thing?
A lot.
A lot of people
A lot
already.
of people with mobility challenges trying to even get upstairs that we heard about earlier.
Right. And that's true. Like Craig was talking about, he didn't have, his lung capacity was so low he couldn't go up and down stairs. Yep. So his legs were fine. He just couldn't breathe well enough to go up and down.
Correct.
So that's still a mobility challenge, right? Yeah. And that we're still getting a lot of people who want to weigh in on this graphic. Well, let's let that just gel for a minute. Yeah. The irritability is another thing. So we've already had, did you see everybody nodding their head when we talked about the psychologist, psychiatrist?
Yes.
I've asked almost everybody on the podcast, do you go see some sort of a therapist? I have yet to find someone who hasn't.
Who hasn't?
And
again, it's a very tough thing to be dealing with, whether it's the drugs that are causing that or just the depression from having sarcoidosis and not being able to be active and have the life that you once had. A lot of loss there, relationship issues, all of these things that we've been hearing today.
Yeah.
So
you
understandable.
mourn the loss of your previous life.
Exactly.
And, it's
exactly.
like that's and then you hear the overused term that's this is my new normal. But I will tell you, I liked my old normal a lot better. All right, so we've got another question here. Let's go to that. Question number 3 on our poll. What factors influence you or your loved one's treatment plan decisions? And we only want 3 answers here. How closely it needs to be checked by blood tests. How will it impact my ability to get through the day? How much I have to pay? If it will change my appearance. How will it impact my ability to spend time with friends and family? Will it put me at risk for cancer in the future? Likelihood that it'll work, and what my doctor thinks, and then other. I don't know how you choose 3 here, Mary. I mean, if it needs to be checked by blood tests, if you want to see if it's working, How will it impact my ability to get through the day? I think if I walk into my doctor's office and say, I got to go to work today, yeah, is this going to help me get to do that?
Get to do that, right.
Right? And nobody wants their appearance to be negatively impacted. And then, but of course, likelihood that it'll work, I think that's got to be number one, right?
It's got to be.
I don't want to take this unless I think it's going to work.
Unless it's going to work, exactly. Right? You don't want to, particularly again with effects of side effects and
sure.
Absolutely.
But we talked to Dr. Meyer in her statement prior to our afternoon session was talking about what the patient is looking for in terms of will it work and what the doctor is looking for in terms of will it work, unbelievably are not the same thing.
Correct.
I never thought of that before today.
Yeah, a lot of that is true. It's all true, actually. I mean, patients are looking for different things than actually some of the medications are impacted and or researchers are looking at, for the trials. So that's why it's so important for patients to be at the center of research, to be talking with patients and to having focus groups and to looking at what's important to the patient.
Yeah. Shall we go to the fourth question? Let's do that. Here we go. What would make you interested in participating in a clinical trial for sarcoidosis? So select up to 3. Therapy addresses fatigue. Boy, we've heard a lot about fatigue today. It addresses nerve pain, addresses breathlessness, could slow or stop the progression of the disease. There are more local sites, so I guess that means you can get there easily. There's better compensation for participation. The trial doesn't require me to stop current therapies or go on placebo, because if you're taking something that works, you don't want to mess that up. The trial allows for multiple organ manifestations of sarcoidosis. We've already heard a couple of our panelists on Zoom today talk about that, or I would never be interested in a clinical trial. So what do you make of the responses we're getting so far here, Mary?
Well, we have heard some of that in some of the stories before. Mary was talking earlier about better compensation for participation. What if you had childcare in addition to transportation, as an example? The issue about stopping current therapies is such a big issue for patients, because there's fear that comes associated with that, because not sure what will happen in that kind of a situation. So we know that's a very big thing. And then again, the more local sites, again, that was referenced earlier by Mary and others in the stories about, challenging, to be involved in a clinical trial. Are there ways that we can do this easier, more local, more types of things that you don't have to travel such long distances to participate in? So we've heard much of this.
Yeah, we sure have. So we've had 4 more real-time polls right here. And this is just giving us a great snapshot in terms of what our audience is thinking right now. We have hundreds of people online right now, so this is a good group of people, and they are wanting to share with the FDA what it is, and with the other, as a sarcoidosis patient, I want to see what other sarc patients are thinking as well. Yep. And that compensation thing, Eric, I'm going to toss this to you. I don't mean to catch you cold, but the compensation thing. I'm not looking for someone to pay me if I'm involved in a clinical trial, but I might not be able to afford childcare or transportation, or I might not have. I've got 3 dogs at home. I might not have somebody that I if you got to be running back and forth, someone to. I can't afford to pay someone to watch my pets if I'm going to be gone for a day. So would those be real things to you?
Yes, I have 2 dogs and a rabbit, so I cannot afford a pet sitter. When I first got diagnosed, I wanted to be in a clinical trial, but they were so far away. They were on the East Coast. I was in Texas. I had a small child at the time. And if they're far away, who's going to reimburse you for gas, right? Or if you have to catch a flight. And you might not be able to afford that. So those are real things. I guess the optimal clinical trial would be accessible, offer remuneration for additional costs associated with the trials, can assist with job protection, right? Because you need your job for insurance to help you sarcoidosis. And then also the optimal clinical trial would actually discuss the results with you and take your feedback on how to make it better, how to make it more accessible. So yeah, those are real, I kind of feel flummoxed because that is a real issue. Having pets, having children, not being able to take time off of work. We have to make clinical trials more accessible.
Yeah. Gary, I want you to go next. And people have mentioned also they'd be more interested in finding something that had multiple organ involvement. So how much help would you need, say, from a pharma company in terms of paying your expenses, and how interested would you be if it was multiple organ test?
I'll start with your last part first. The multi-organ test for me is top tier, 100%. That is the ultimate what I'm interested in. To get me involved, I thankfully have a little bit of discretionary income, but not a whole bunch. So something closer to me, just like Erica said. Everything that I've participated in so far right now, it's about a 2-hour drive one way to participate. And I have to take time off from work to do that, and trying to coordinate and make sure that I'm not impacting their particular task flow to meet the demand. And then usually what has happened is I've been disqualified because either my my organ involvement wasn't strong enough, or I was not on prednisone. And like several other panels have said, I was not interested in starting prednisone just to take part in it. So what is the other thing? Something after work. I'm well aware that pharma, everybody else has to work 8 to 5, but to get more of us involved that are still working 8 to 5, if I could have something after hours on the weekend, maybe they could figure out a way to adjust their schedules a little bit. So maybe they work Tuesday through Saturday. So some of us could actually be involved on Saturday and not have to coordinate as much. Still have to get pet sitters, might still have to get a babysitter, but at least I don't have to worry about my job in the mix of all of that.
Yeah, okay. And Mary, I know we've got people who are sending in their comments on the web. Do you have anything ready to go over there?
I do. Well, combine many of them. A lot of them are looking and hoping for drug medication to eliminate fatigue. Again, we've had a lot of discussions around fatigue, but everybody seems is very interested in having more research and getting a therapy for fatigue. But here's an interesting one from Allison from Rhode Island. Allison is actually in a clinical trial currently, and she says, I'm hopeful the drug will work, but the trial is torture with multiple spirometer procedures each month, to the point that I have to plan to spend the whole next day in bed to rest my lungs. So some of these trials can be challenging, right, depending on the drug and the research that they're doing. And then also there's another one here from Jeanette of Washington. I wish there was a medication to eliminate, again, the opportunities for experiencing fatigue. It's amazingly difficult. Daily activities, much less shop for appropriate food, cooking meals, and so forth. So again, there's a lot about fatigue and a lot about depression, helping with that as well. And then I'll read one from Atlanta, Leanne. I have sarc in my lungs, liver, lymph nodes, and spleen. She's on an anti-inflammatory. Is her miracle drug leflunomide. But I worry about liver damage. Methotrexate didn't work at all, and I had horrible side effects. I still get flares on daily medication and take prednisone during those times. So again, multi-drugs being used, as we know, for treating sarcoidosis.
Yeah, okay. So let's take a phone call. This is Terry in Salt Lake. You're a patient, you're taking methotrexate, you're receiving Avsola infusions. I'm not familiar with that one. So Terry, tell us what's going on with you and what your medications are.
I take few medications for sarcoidosis, just the methotrexate and my Inflectra infusion. It's just Avsola is the name of my Inflectra. and I get those infusions every 4 weeks, and they're really a godsend because I had a delay in my infusion, and then my symptoms came back, like my feet, the neuropathy in my feet got worse, so I couldn't drive. I have the brain fog, depression, just a lot of things going on. The biggest thing I would like back is my bladder, because I have bladder incontinence, I've bowel issues, and that's hard to have, be intimate with your partner if you don't have control over these things.
Yeah, that sounds just terrible. Where is the sarcoidosis in your body? Is it in your bladder? Is it elsewhere?
Bladder, walking, lungs. I have uveitis. I learned serous nosebleeds are a common thing with neurosarcoidosis, so I haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, you say neuro. Where?
I believe my liver is affected.
What part of your nervous system is affected?
My spine and my brain.
Wow. What would make you want to be involved in a clinical trial, or not?
I would like to be in a clinical trial, and I'm going to check those out as soon as our call ends. But I live in a major city that has, major hospitals, so I'm hoping the clinical trial will be close by because I can't travel. Money is an issue. I had to take a job that pays less so I can still work because of the brain issues where my memory is faulty.
So you've had to give up your job?
Yeah, I had to get a lower paying job that wasn't as taxing on my brain.
Okay. Terry, thank you
So
for
that's
calling.
been hard to come to terms with.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it has. Thank you for sharing with us today. I want to go to another phone call real quick if we could. This is Regina in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Regina, you're a volunteer for FSR, so thank you for that. You take Remicade, which I know that drill. I've taken that. I used to go for the infusions weekly. Also gabapentin. I assume if you're taking gabapentin, so you've got some kind of nerve issue going on there. Tell us what drugs you're on and what's going on with you.
Hello, I am on Remicade, I'm on gabapentin, and I'm also on a muscle relaxer called tanzanidine.
Okay, why that?
Because I also have fibromyalgia as well, and my muscles are actually stiff, and those also come from years of steroid medication. Steroids sent me to the hospital back in 2019 for 30 days, which gave me DKA, a diabetic ketoacidosis. And that's the reason why I had to go on Remicade. I was in a fight for my life during that time.
Really?
I'm in my 30th year. Yes, I am in my 30th year of having sarcoid.
So that's why you were taking the steroids for so long? Were you taking heavy doses of prednisone?
In the beginning, it was 10 milligrams. I was diagnosed in 1994, where there was no nothing but steroids and no treatment protocols at all. Off and on, I was on inhalers all the way up until about 2015 when I started, when I basically came out of remission and my sarcoidosis was very, very active. In 2017, I found the Cleveland Clinic. In 2019, I started going downhill. That's when I had to get on 40 milligrams a day.
There's lots of people nodding their heads on the screen right now because everybody knows that drill. So, Regina, what would it take to get you to a clinical trial?
What would it take?
Yeah.
Anything that does not have anything to do with steroids would get me to a clinical trial. And as long as I could still stay on my Remicade without having to change, and something that would be local.
And you are in Fort Wayne. Is there a good
Yes.
SARC clinic in
Yes.
Fort Wayne?
No, that's another issue too. There's no one here in Fort Wayne that can service sarcoidosis. My neurologist just said that he could not even help me here because they don't even see sarcoidosis patients.
That's a familiar song to a lot of these folks. Regina, thank you so much for sharing your story here today. Really appreciate it. Kathleen, let's go back to you online. You've been listening in on this conversation. What are you thinking in terms of your medications and the possibility of improvement and the possibility of a clinical trial or not a clinical trial, or do you have no hope that this is going to be solved in your lifetime?
I don't think it's going to be in my lifetime. And I'm scared because I don't know if my two boys will develop sarcoidosis. You know, does it get transferred? We've seen people that have had 3 different generations. Clinical trial, as long as it's close and we don't really need to go off of most medications, because I feel like, well, I don't fully know, but like gabapentin, for instance, I'm afraid to come off because my joints hurt so bad, you know, and the nerves. I wish that we could come up with a multi. I understand about the brain fog. I could walk out this door right now and go get something and have no idea what I was getting. Sometimes words don't come out of my mouth. It's all jumbled up. So a clinical trial is really, really needed for sarcoidosis. And whatever I need to do until I get called back up, you know, and leave this earth, I will do whatever I can within clinical trials and with the FSR and sarcoidosis.
What would be helpful if a pharma company wanted to get you to and from that in terms of, we use the term in our poll, we said compensation, but what would be helpful to you? Do you need someone to watch your dog, your kid, your house, transportation? What would be helpful to you?
Yes, I do have 2 dogs that I have here, and my husband usually travels with me because once a doctor speaks to me, I don't have you catch pieces. And to have a second set of ears with that brain fog, it's very important. So to be not necessarily compensated, but have me be able to travel with my husband, you pay that, the hotel, some food, and then travel home again. I would really need that. You know, I'm on disability. I couldn't work any longer, and you know, I was a dancer. I was an excellent dancer, teacher, choreographer. I used to judge for competitions. I also worked in pharmacy. I also worked in the medical field in a doctor's office. All of that has had to go by the wayside. I had started a 501c called Roll Call Wheelchair Dance, and I started teaching seated and standing partners because we even need, even though it hurts to move, we still need to move. So I do it through Zoom. I can't tell you how much I hurt after just 1 hour. I can't stand, like, all right, so I go to bed that night, take some Motrin, take all my medication. I have to use the ladies' room in the middle of the night. It's almost every single night. I'm crying in pain, shuffling my feet so I don't wake my husband up. The pain is unbearable. You know, the doctors say to us, okay, so from a scale from 1 to 10, well, I'm about 20 today, you know, because I'm barely walking.
Man.
You know?
Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate that. Mary, I want to talk a little bit about the women of color.
Yep.
Because that's an initiative that you started with FSR, because one of the things, and we've talked about this on the podcast, but one of the things that you found was a person's zip code predicted how much they'd be able to get help for their condition. Right. And participating in clinical trials was an especially heavy lift for women of color. Not just people of color, but women of color in particular. Correct. Because of all the household things and all the responsibilities that they had to overcome, plus transportation, plus finances, plus just the likelihood that they would be missing doctor's appointments regularly anyway for all the above, right? Correct. So How would you pose a question to, and Catherine hasn't been up on our screen for a while, how would you pose a question to her that maybe that she could speak to in terms of what she's facing in her life? How would you do that?
First of all, thank you for that question. So important, the Ignore No More campaign and the work that we've been doing at FSR to bring more awareness and education about the fact that unfortunately African American women have the highest prevalence of sarcoidosis and by far the worst outcomes for the disease. So what we have found in a lot of the work that we're doing and the research that we're doing on this is that really the number one reason in the African American community why patients are not enrolling in clinical trials at high levels is because they're not being asked, right? They're not having the conversations with their doctors. So this is really critically important. And how are African American women finding out about clinical trials and opportunity to enroll in clinical trials? And one of the greatest things with the white paper that we wrote, 60-page white paper filled with all of this data, was that there was a very high prevalence of those African American people who were asked. In fact, they did participate in clinical trials, right? So that points to something very important. We need to have these conversations. So I guess two questions are, one, how are you hearing about sarcoidosis clinical trials? Are you having those conversations with your doctors? And then the second thing would be is if you were to pick one barrier as the biggest barrier for you, what would that be? And again, we hear a lot about jobs and job protection. Many people are working multiple jobs or finances or some of the other barriers that we've been hearing about. But we'd love to just go around real quickly to the panelists and hear your responses to that.
Yeah. Catherine, why don't you start? And then Erica, we'll go to you because I know that's something that you and I have talked about in the past. So, Catherine, you want to start?
Yeah, certainly. So one of the major barriers for me, well, first, let me say, I've never had the conversation about clinical trials with any of my providers. I actually never knew about clinical trials until I started volunteering with FSR. So it was a huge, it really opened my mind and me up to what things are possible and the things that I was never given that opportunity to even consider. And then, so in terms of what's going on in terms of, why I haven't, kind of moved forward, I got to tell you, one of the major things for me is bias. There's bias in terms of who I am, what I look like. So at the beginning, I'm never given the opportunities. I'm never looked at as, it's basically systemic healthcare system. We know there's a lot of stuff there. We know there's a lot of disparities, but we have limited access to specialists and diagnostic tools and treatments and, economic and geographical barriers that we've all talked about today. And then, of course, bias. So I'm not getting the medication. I'm not getting the pain management. I'm not getting some of the treatments that my counterparts are getting. And it shows across the board. So, that's kind of where that's my reality. And that's the things I really kind of speak on now. I just want to be very clear about that because it's a reality. It's a huge reality. So thank you for asking that question. No one really wants to know that question often.
Well, we appreciate your honesty. And I hate that bias is a part of what's keeping you from what would make you feel better. That's just wrong. It's wrong in every single way you can think of. Erica, what would you add to that?
So, Catherine, thank you for mentioning the bias, right? Because when I first got diagnosed, I lived in fear of having a conversation with someone and not recognizing my humanity or feeling like I needed to go the extra mile to build a relationship just so they can listen to me. So thank you, Catherine, for mentioning that. I guess my other barrier would be job protection, right? Because I want to participate in a clinical trial, but I need my job as a mom. I need my job because I'm the head of the household. I need my job for insurance. So making sure there is some type of protection there for me to actually participate in the clinical trials, not knowing what the outcome will be, but being able to keep my job and my insurance, that would be a huge help. And, perhaps it is selfish of me to say this right now, but I not only want to survive living with sarcoidosis, I want to thrive while living with sarcoidosis. And I know that clinical trials is actually the solution to get there. So, yeah, that's one of the biggest barriers. Need my job.
Gotcha. Gary, what would you add to that?
If a lot more of the pharmacy companies would reach out to some of these specialists, because when you're trying to test out a drug, if you're not testing it on everyone, you cannot say that the drug works for everyone. And that's how I think we currently have a lot of different trials in place, but all we can say is they work for one group or another. We can't say they work for everybody. It's harder to find all of us when you have such limited numbers, but you need so many numbers to actually make the drug pass each phase, that there needs to be more interaction with these specialists and be like, we're looking for sarcoidosis patients. We need everybody, every color, everybody. Don't just offer it to one. We need everybody involved and make sure that everybody knows about it. Social media, more notification from these different companies about these different trials. The only reason I know about it, most of the clinical trials I know about, is because of FSR and being on their websites, and it's kind of tailored my feed. And so I do get a little bit more, but even that is only like the major heavy hitters that I've seen from FSR. And otherwise, I've had to go hunt for it on FSR's site and go dig for it, which of course is frustrating for my part, because I'm thinking, you need us to test this medication. Why is it taking so much work on my part to find you to get involved? So a little bit more proactiveness on the side from the drug developers, from FDA, to have more conversation with all these different clinicians, because that's the other part. Since everything is so multi-organ, at least in my case, I need my ophthalmologist or my dermatologist, my rheumatologist,
all the ists,
yeah,
right?
All of it. All of it.
And we all have a bunch of them, don't we? I want to change the question a little bit here. Let's see if there's anything that's working right now. Okay? I mean, we all have this whole laundry list of the medications we're taking. Catherine, I'll go back to you. Is there anything that you feel is actually helping right now? And that could be medicine, it could be holistic, it could be a vitamin you're taking, it could be your diet. What do you think is working for you, if anything?
Yeah, so, okay, I know this is, so far it's Humira. It's the one medication that's really kind of like been able to minimize my flares, and how often they come. Prednisone, believe it or not, actually stops it immediately, and then I can just use Humira after that. But other than that, I changed my diet. Like, I can't eat, like, I don't eat beef, I don't eat pork anymore. I don't like fry food anymore, things like that. And then I meditate. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I have to like stay really relaxed. Um, and unfortunately, I lost my job, so that's not really a major concern, but continue to go back and forth to appointments is. So I have to really stay relaxed and not too stressed. And then also I have a caregiver. So that works for me. I have a caregiver and she takes the brunt of this, and she helps me with everything. So that's a lot of the things that I use to actually, that are beneficial for me and that can help me like move and still thrive, like Erica said, with this disease.
Yeah. Mary, do you hear from the community at large about things that work particularly well?
Actually, we have a couple of comments here,
Okay, yeah.
so I'll share them. Marilyn from San Diego says, I was diagnosed with sarcoidosis in 2020 in my lungs, then in 2023 in my heart. I have an automated implantable defibrillator and decided to try steroid-sparing therapy. I am now on methotrexate and am stable. The other comment here, Dawn from Clayton, Maryland. Pulmonary rehab is key, exclamation point. I participate in functional strength classes, daily stretching, breathing treatments, nebulizers, and spirometers. I also build in periodic rest breaks throughout the workday that have helped. A new addition into my regimen is cough syrup prescribed by my doctor. This is working well to subdue my cough. So a couple of comments on some things are working. Pulmonary rehab. Any of our panelists involved in pulmonary rehab or have been?
Anybody? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Kathleen, Erica? Kathleen, why don't you go first and then Erica? Pulmonary rehab.
Yes, pulmonary rehab. I've also bought one of the things that you blow with the ball up that they told me to take it home. So I do that 3 times a day for about 10 minutes. And what they tell me is it's exercising our lungs, just like our legs, just like our arms that have to be exercised. So it's really important to do it if you can.
Okay. Erica?
Yeah, pulmonary rehab is so important. I'm also on Advair because of my pulmonary sarcoidosis, I now have asthma, but I do the kind of like the breathalyzer with the ball. And I also do deep breathing and I swim. Swimming is so good for like that full body workout, but definitely working your lungs. So any chance I get, I go to the gym, or if I'm on vacation, I go swimming. It has helped so much. It's helped with the cough. It's helped with, trying to stay active. If you got to exercise your lungs, because like like the young man that recorded the video, I too make excuses when I get out of breath. Usually when I get out of the dance floor, I'm like, I got to take a call, but I really don't. I'm actually trying to catch my breath. And it just happened this weekend. I did the Cupid shuffle and then I shuffled straight to the car so I could catch my breath for like 20 minutes.
Oh,
so
man.
yeah, pulmonary rehab is 100%.
Anybody tried acupuncture? Yes? No? Yeah? Okay, I tried it. Didn't help me, didn't help my neurosarc. No, everybody's shaking their head no. Well, we don't even want to go down that road then. But I try. That's what I said. Willing to try anything.
Anything,
right?
sure.
I'll eat lettuce and acupuncture if that works. Yeah, everybody's like, just find me something that works. Got another question. This is one of the poll questions, Mary. What would you like to see in future therapy short of a cure? Right? That's a good question because the easy answer is we'd all like to see a cure. But what would you see as progress? Gary, you want to start?
I would like something that could make chronic sarcoidosis stable. I know it's a little bit harder because we've got acute versus the chronic, and I'm falling into the chronic area. If I can find something that makes everything stable so I don't lose more parts of myself. That's the frustrating part for me is it started in one area and then has taken a part out of this particular body part and taking a part out of that particular body part to where I'm having to use replacements. Okay, let's get a hearing aid. Let's do this. Let's do that. And feel like I'm losing pieces of myself as the years progress. I want something that could at least stop the progression.
Mm-hmm. Just something that would work. Let's go to Perry on the phone right now. We'll come back to the panel here. Perry, are you still there in Salt Lake City?
I am, John. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Thank you again. So what would you consider progress short of a cure?
What a great question. Number one, maybe even before I say that, John, can I just say, again, I'm looking at my screen at 5 wonderful individuals who I feel confederate with, of just, gosh, I can feel the goodness of what's going on. And I agree with some of the things that have been said just now of, I think considering what would work apart from a cure, what would I love to see? I would love to see a more holistic approach, not just from the pulmonary side when it comes to doctors. I love that my pulmonary doc can act as a quarterback, but now that my pulmonary is kind of pulling back and some of the other areas are problematic, I'm kind of out of everybody's wheelhouse. And so I'm hearing that same thing from these wonderful panelists, that we kind of have to go track everybody down and find. And, a clinical study could be provided that would be more holistic. I was very appreciative Mary shared Jeanette's feelings written a little while ago, that something that addresses fatigue. I think there's a lot of good that can still be done if we can start to broaden this beyond just being cardiac or pulmonary or neuro. Sarcoidosis is just so much farther reaching than that. I'm currently not on medications, and I haven't been for about a year and a half, and part of the reason is all the trouble that's coming with the medicines that I did take. And so I'm trying to go that alone. I would love to see, apart from a cure, I would also love to see something that better addresses my pain and weakness and fatigue as a holistic approach, whether that's a medicine that comes forward or some sort of formulary that, in treatment that would allow me that quality of life when clinically, right now, everything looks good on my scans, and yet, like these wonderful souls I'm looking at on my screen, we just don't feel that every day, and we need help.
Yeah, I see, Barry, I see a lot of people who are nodding that they agree with you. So is there anything that you would like to see? I mean, what would be the next thing you would want fixed if we couldn't have a cure?
That's a great question, too. I think awareness is a big one. If we can get to a point where the doctors are aware of what we're working with and where they can communicate better. I'll give you an example. My local doctor at one point, because of my blood work, showed that I was very low in vitamin D. Maybe some of you experienced the same thing with sarcoidosis, but I was ordered a high dose of vitamin D, only to make my way later to National Jewish Hospital when I finally got there for care, and was told, don't take that. That actually can calcify and be a poor thing. And so the physicians working back and forth can be problematic as well. And so whether it's these clinical trials, whether it's the FDA listening to what we're experiencing and providing something that really we can get on the same page all together and try and find some relief, gosh, I know that there is that possibility. And apart from a wholesale full cure, I see the good people you've got in front of you and I do on this screen, and I think we need to advocate for those people and for me. I need to be in a better place, and they do too. I'm looking at 4 of my sisters and my brother in you, and it's time for that to change.
Yeah, Perry, thank you. And you bring up a good point. And Erica, I'm just going to dovetail into that and ask you this question. I don't know how many doctors you have. We have all these ISTs, right? Right. Neurologist, pulmonologist, all these ISTs, right? I can't get my doctors to talk to each other. Well, I can now, but it took me a long time. I had a neurologist and a rheumatologist that worked on the same floor in a local hospital. This is before I found Cleveland. And they worked on the same floor, and I couldn't get them to agree on what was my path forward. They would not speak to each other. And honestly, I don't know whether I don't want to say this, but I think it was ego-driven. They both thought they were the smartest guy in the room.
What do you think about a sarcoidologist?
Is there such a thing? That might be a great step forward, a sarcoidologist?
We should have a sarcoidologist, right? With an actual medical program, medical degree, sarcoidologist. This is a specialty doctor that is, to the caller's point earlier, this holistic approach. Really that might get us to a better understanding in looking at this with sarcoidologists. So anyway, what are your thoughts?
Erica, how much would you like to have a sarcoidologist?
We'd love to have a sarcoidologist.
Right.
But in the meantime, I have so many ISTs. What I do on an annual basis is I actually group fax them. That's kind of like the old school way of group chat. I write them a letter. I call them my Avengers. So I'm a big Marvel fan, but I write them and I tell them what's going on at this current time. And I tell them which doctor controls this, which doctor is prescribing these meds. And I do it just to kind of have that level set once a year. They're like, hey, here's all the major players. Let's focus on keeping Erica alive so she can make it to her kids' college graduation. So that's what I've been doing to force the conversation for all of my specialists to talk to each other and know what's really going on with me. Because like you, John, I couldn't get the hematologist to talk to the rheumatologist to talk to and finally I was like, well, if I have all the information, I'm just going to fax you all, and you all going to get the same letter, or I will throw it in my portal, and then we're all on the same page.
You've got to be your own advocate, don't you?
Yes.
And if you think that some nurse somewhere is tracking this for you at your primary, and it's not that they don't mean well, they just can't. Right? They're overtasked. Catherine, do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Advocating, absolutely. They have the where you can share medical records. That also helps over where I'm at, but that's not the case everywhere. So yeah, I definitely agree with what Erica just said. Absolutely. And also, just I would like to see where we could have like therapies that like could address like multiple symptoms, but like reduce the side effects. That would be a great thing for me. A great thing for me.
Okay. Mary, do you have any more comments online?
Let's take a look here. There's a lot about therapies that doesn't destroy other organs. Interesting, the same comment, this anonymous comment, by the way, says sarcoidosis probably won't kill me, but the therapy will.
I agree with that.
That is a strong statement. Let me say that again. Sarcoidosis probably won't kill me, but the therapy will. It's all about backing up what we're talking about here with these challenges with some of these drugs and so forth. There's another one here. Let's see. It's devastating to have an incurable illness where you have to try medications that are known to work or help symptoms, but not make a difference in the long-term progress, right?
Yeah.
So looking at this as, solving the long-term outcomes is critically important and a really good point.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. By the way, we don't have anybody in queue right now on the phone, so if you were thinking I'd like to call in, it's 1-703-844-3231. That's 1-703-844-3231. And if we get another caller in who wants to continue to talk about this topic, we can do that. So I'm just curious, Erica, let's go back to you. What is your path forward from right here in terms of your medications and all of your ISTs?
Is to keep the sarcoidosis stable, to make sure I'm taking my meds, but also to be an advocate for myself and really start having a conversation with all of my specialists when something changes. One of the things that we haven't really talked about is aging with sarcoidosis, right? You get diagnosed, you get on a treatment plan, but I've been diagnosed since 2011. I'm now 51 years old, and I'm losing all type of bone because of my oral sarcoidosis. So now I have the teeth of an 80-year-old. Nobody kind of told me that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just taking my azathioprine, my Advair, whatever I need to stabilize. But the realization is my body is aging, I'm aging, and how does that affect my chronic illness? So the next step forward is definitely stay stable, but talk about these changes that I'm having so that maybe my doctor can talk to other patients and say, hey, I had a patient and this happened. So maybe I can help you before it gets to severe bone loss. So I really want to stay stable and stay a beacon to help other sarcoidosis warriors.
Okay. Gary, what would be your path forward?
I would like to find a medication that works that is FDA approved. Currently, the things that I'm taking are off label for other things and are honestly an experiment to get my sarcoidosis under control. Thankfully, currently, as for this year, they're covered under my insurance. Come next year, when they do their annual review of what drugs they will and won't pay for, I literally had one that changed in October where all of a sudden I had to get a prior approval, where before I'd been on it and was getting it filled all the time without any issues. So I would like something that is FDA approved, that is covered by insurance, and it is definitely for sarcoidosis without the side effects. I want all the magic.
Yeah. Kathleen, you ever had an insurance company push back on you?
Oh, yes.
That's a loaded question, isn't it?
Yeah. So 6 months ago, I had to get my knee done, my left knee. The meniscus was torn and I had severe arthritis. So But right before, I had a pain doctor, and he wanted to get me on Nucenter, which is for pain of the nerves. Before we could do that, we had to go through Vicodin, Percocet, hydromorphone, and morphine. I had to try supposedly all 4 before getting into the Nucenter. Well, all right, so we're talking about 6 weeks later. I'm at the hospital in Mount Sinai. My pain doctor is also Mount Sinai, and they didn't talk. So you know what she gave me after surgery? Tylenol or Motrin.
Are you kidding me?
Because she thought I was a junkie. So when I went to see her again for the, the after, she said, I looked at her, I go, why did you do that? She says, in your chart are 4 different narcotics. She goes, I figured you were using. I go, you could have called my pain doctor. You're in the same group. Send a text message. Why didn't you say something to me when I was on the gurney beforehand? I would have told you the truth. So yeah, I have, and then Nucenter just came up again. I guess it was 1 year. So now we had to go for another prior authorization. And it gets more and more difficult. They wanted me to try all 4 of those again. And I told my doctor, I said, no, write them the letter. They have all the information.
Yeah, get them to read it.
Mhm.
Okay, so we did get a caller after, and in fact, I understand we had a lot of people call, and we're starting to run out of time. But I want to go to, on the phone, thank you, Kathleen. I want to go to Suzette in Michigan, who has involvement in lung, spleen, and kidney. She wants to see more help for treatments. And again, I want to pose this question to you that we were talking about a minute ago, Suzette. What would you consider progress short of a cure, and how are you today?
I'm doing okay. I only have it in my liver, spleen, and I started having hypercalcemia. But nobody wanted to treat me because it wasn't in my lungs or my heart. And my current doctors didn't want to treat me because they are not qualified to deal with it. So, I mean, I've been 8 years with NASH cirrhosis, and I was getting ready to be put on a transplant list, and now both Mayo and Michigan are telling me I'm no longer a candidate and I don't need to see the transplant department anymore. And I just had my MRI for every 6 months just Wednesday. They would only speak to the liver part of it. They wouldn't talk about the sarcoidosis part of it.
So Mary, what do you call this, a sarcoidosist?
Sarcoidologist.
Sarcoidologist.
Yes.
You need a sarcoidologist, Suzette. I don't mean to make light of it, but it sounds like that's exactly what you need.
Listening to your show, John, I called Cleveland Clinic and I insisted to talk to a nurse because I told her my calcium was hitting 14 and I was having lots of symptoms. And she put me on hold, and she goes, if you can be here tomorrow morning at 8:30, I'll take you. So now I have the pulmonology sarcoidosis clinic helping me, but, it was sad. I called 17 hospitals and nobody would take me because I didn't have it in my lungs.
That's just incredible. Suzette, I feel like I could talk to you all day, but you got one more thing to say? Go ahead.
I know. Interestingly, 4 years ago, my husband was diagnosed with it in his lungs and only his lungs. And he's never been treated because he fears getting diabetes like me.
Wow.
So,
are you there? Suzette, did we lose you? I think we lost Suzette. Okay. Well, I think we get it, right, Mary?
Yes, we do.
We get it.
And it is important to note, I think, and just while everybody is tuned in here, our community listening, a big thank you to all the patients who do enroll in clinical trials and research. I think everybody knows FSR recently worked with several pharmaceutical companies on enrolling trials, and this really important work cannot take place without you all. And clearly, we have a very motivated community that is very interested and very proactive in engaging in research. So with that, I just thought I wanted to share that to perhaps close out this session in a big thank you to everybody. And thank you so much to our panelists for being with us and all those who are commenting online and phoning in, and heartfelt thank you.
Yep, absolutely. I think that that sarcoidosis, the community is telling the FDA what we're all about here. And that's why we're here today. That's the whole reason for it.
That's exactly
Mutual understanding.
exactly right.
All right. Mary, you want to wrap things up?
Yes, would be happy to go ahead and do that. Thank you, John. So we have heard powerful stories from patients and other loved ones, and we've heard how sarcoidosis has stolen opportunities and damaged relationships and created a significant social and emotional burden for those it impacts. And we've heard of gaps in current treatment options, and how many fear that the side effects of current therapies may be far more harmful than the disease itself. We need more and better therapies to treat this disease today. Far too many suffer, uncertain as to whether their disease will flare, their therapies will harm their organs or their mental health. We're so grateful to the FDA and our industry partners for listening, and we are eager to work alongside you to meet the needs of our patients by, number one, identifying better tools for early diagnoses of sarcoidosis. Inaccurate and imprecise diagnostic tools and the lack of biomarkers translate to lost years of care and irreversible damage to organs. Two, seeking better options than long-term high-dose steroids as the primary pathway to treatment. Steroid use contributes to the development of serious comorbidities such as diabetes, osteoporosis, obesity, insomnia, depression, anxiety, all those things we heard today. Physicians have limited tools to aid patients in steroid reduction or weaning. One patient, in fact, told me that steroids are, quote, the devil's tic tacs, and like many, refuses to go back on them, no matter the harm. Patients speak frequently of the challenges with steroids and their willingness to take risks for new alternative therapies. Number three, growing the arsenal of therapies by developing new therapies that have different mechanisms to attack the inflammation and address the symptoms. We are hopeful that new incentives for manufacturers can be put in place to increase both access and options for patients. Number four, working together to create new models of acceptable data, trial requirements, and endpoint selection that are responsive to patients' needs. Sarcoidosis is often called the snowflake disease because no two patients' disease progresses in the same way. For sarcoidosis trials, it is essential to have pathways to include those with complex disease in the trial, smaller numbers of participants, and more flexible endpoints. This is a multi-system disease. We need a multi-system approach. Trial design that does not account for the complexity of the disease will not capture the needs of the population most severely impacted and with the most urgent need. We believe we have a strong model for how to build responsive trial design in the face of complexity in the way that FDA has worked to make space for the complexities associated with increasing women's participation in clinical trials. We can't ignore the complexity of the disease for desire of, quote, clean data. It's imperative we involve our definition of what is good data to encompass this complexity. No one knows their bodies better than those living with sarcoidosis. We ask our partners to help elevate the patients' voices in helping to identify what is working for them. Number five, designing trials should consider fears articulated by the patients that emphasizes that going off therapies may bring about flares or worse symptoms. As you heard today, patients fear new manifestations and flares above all else. Placebo-controlled trials are not patient-friendly for this community as they put them at risk for those flares. 6, identifying paths for decentralized trials, which will help ensure clinical trials are more welcoming to underserved populations. African American women, as we've heard today, have the highest prevalence of the disease along with higher hospitalization and mortality rates than their white counterparts. And yet clinical trials continue to severely underrepresent this population. There is a need to create more flexible trial designs that allow for more African American participation and representation. We thank you for joining us and for all who shared your stories. Thank you again to the FDA and to our drug development partners. We stand ready to work alongside you. We hope today's event has helped the FDA to better understand the urgency for new and better therapies. Now is the time for sarcoidosis, and we believe that together we can carve a path to a better future for all impacted by this disease. We look forward to working alongside you for improved therapies and more treatment options to help all in the sarcoidosis community to thrive. Thank you, John. Thank you so much, John, for being such an extraordinary moderator today. Your wisdom, your insight, skills, all of that in helping unearth patients' needs is unsurpassed. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mary. Very much appreciated. And thank you really to everyone who joined us today, because that's what really made this such a success, right? These folks who were willing to either call in or come on the panel or send in the notes, it just felt so real, so organic. It's just people telling their truths, as it were, yes. And that's what really made a difference. So thank you to everybody who did that today. And we do want to remind everybody that the program will be available on demand, and it'll be on demand immediately after we close. Also, the comments form does stay open, and that'll be for another 30 days. So you've got until about Thanksgiving 2024. Just come back at any time at this same URL and watch the replay or share your comments. And then in the coming months, FSR is going to distill all of this, right, into a paper.
Important paper.
Right? Great bedtime reading.
Exactly. For everybody.
But only if you want to be able to go to sleep easily. No, I'm just kidding. But the point is that everything that was said here today and everything that is said online, that's all going to be in one place. Yes. And that's going to be like the sarcoidosis capsule, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And so everything that happened today goes forward, and then researchers and the FDA and clinicians and anybody in the space will be able to look at it and kind of see the state of things.
Absolutely. So you all have been part of something extraordinary and something that's going to be used well into the future. And again, our sincere appreciation for being a part of this very important event for sarcoidosis.
All right.
Thank you again, John.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary, and thank you. Look for that voice. It's called the Voice of the Patient Report. I was supposed to say that, the Voice of the Patient Report. And so that'll be out there as soon as they can get it done. Thank you all for joining us. Have a great day.